Oh no.
La la la
What do I
la la la
do?
la.
It's time.
How to not be awkward?
Well, well, well.
What day is
Looky
it?
here.
I'm,
What is going on? This is not a Saturday. This is not the same window that we normally have. These are
Weird
not
shit.
all of the same beautiful faces. For it is a new adventure. We had our session 0 last week, though, so people are ready. But for those who aren't ready, hello and welcome. This is the group that is commonly now referred to as the Guild. And as the Guild, we are going to be embarking on a new adventure. Azura below, popping up with the old character sheets that we finalised and finished when we got the facts, figures, and stats and statistics in our session 0.
didn't roll too badly.
Biggie, the only
Compared to
person
some.
rolling well, and everyone else just taking the standard array plus. So, on that note, we will go through.
I nearly opened the wrong character sheet as well.
Yeah, get the right campaign. We'll go through window by window and give a small introduction to who we are and who we will be playing. You don't have to give any more information, but we'll start with our top left with Berg.
Well, my name was already just said. My name is Bergfin. I will be playing the Hobgoblin Monk Shozan Jin.
Yes,
And I'm new here. Hi.
Woohoo! Teasing.
Hey.
See, that worked.
Yes, teaspoon.
After us having the issues last week. Nut. Thanks for the nut, T.
She says
I
it.
will try.
Nut.
I haven't done that on command yet.
Next to Berg, we have Biggie.
How do's? I'm going to be playing Azura, who is a dragonborn of a special variety, who is also a barbarian.
Yes. On to Dwarf.
I will be playing Scaff, a lizard folk ranger.
Love that. I cast command nut.
I mean, no, say you can't.
Yeah, if you've been commanded, it's magical effect. And last but not least, we have Lucy.
I'll be playing Saphira, the Dragonborn Paladin.
Lovely. So, let's crack into it. As town guards within the village of Saugard, you find yourself performing your usual duties. Your day-to-day, making sure the villagers are getting about their business as usual, making sure any traders, visitors are checked, their wagons looked over, make sure any coming and goings are above board. And as the usual day progresses, you finish in the town's guardhouse. And as the sun goes down on this day, the whistling winds and the low-hanging sand that blows through this not quite desert, mostly stone or sandstone. The temperature is a comfortable warmth, as to be expected in Kerecekian, where we find ourselves. You head into the guardhouse, you have your evening meals, the shift is exchanged, you're free to continue to wear your uniform. However you should so wish, be it part of your routine to clock off and immediately get changed into something more comfortable, be it that you want to stay in the guardhouse as you all have bunks provided, or if you want to do anything else of the evening. But after a particularly busy day, you find yourselves Spotify just keeps randomly stopping now, almost as if we've made it worse.
I'm so sorry, Pidge.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. Stop stopping Spotify. And after a particularly busy day, you all find yourselves taking rest and residence in the guardhouse tonight. So, as you all lay your heads to slumber, could you all give me perception checks, please? The first rolls of the campaign.
Great start.
15.
15,
10.
10, 10. You might be muted, Biggie.
10.
10, 3 10s and a 15. Well, it should so
Been a long day.
happen.
I'm tired.
Yeah, it's
Here's to
yeah,
that.
very thematical, very appropriate. I wasn't expecting you all to be wide awake and wide alert. But you all drift off to slumber. It is Zafira, though, that in the midst of dozing, you can hear dull conversation from the floors below in the guardhouse as the coming and going of evening staff, the clinking of metals and armours and weapons as they're picked up and put down, footsteps on wood and on stone, but the rhythmic kind of continuity of it all you've got used to, and it's comforting to know that you are surrounded by your friends, your colleagues. As you drift off to slumber, how long has passed, you're not too sure. As the night progresses, you start to hear some shouts and some calls, distant. At first you feel they might seem a little omnipresent and you're not quite sure where you pick them up from, but you kind of shake yourself awake and you listen, and they seem to be coming out not too far from the guardhouse into the initial stretches of the village.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds like these voices are raised. They seem hurried. And then
Would I recognize the voices as other members of the guard, or?
it doesn't sound like guards. It sounds more like villagers further into the village.
But I would be aware of who is working at the moment, right?
Yeah.
We exchanged shifts. Yeah.
Yeah. So you and your colleagues all work the same shift, the day shift. So you would know that your friends and colleagues would most likely be asleep, but you would know that the captain of the guard is likely awake, and any other guards are probably out in the village.
Is there a window or anything of the sort?
Yeah, as you
Where I could
wake
check?
up and you get up, you look around the bunk room, and there are a number of kind of bunks, like a kind of hostel space, like a bunk room with a number of bunks, a couple of bunk beds for the slightly smaller in the guard, but you can look over towards a window. As you start to walk towards the window, though, what becomes very apparent very quickly is the thick black smoke that seems to be billowing from the direction of the village, along with illumination. And as you slightly pick up the pace and head towards the village, you can see that a number of the buildings are ablaze.
Oh dear. Okay. I will grab the nearest object that I can find and just sort of try to clank it on something. Boys, it's
Okay.
time to wake up. We have to go.
Yeah, I'll
Something's
say give me perception checks again, boys, but with advantage.
Much better. 22.
That'll be a natural 20 for a total of 23.
Nice.
17 total.
Yeah, all being much better than the 15. You all awaken to Clang, 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 clang. You see Saphira hurriedly banging on things. You all awaken in your bunks.
What's happening? Why are we being woken up?
Fire. Lots of it. We gotta go.
Not even thinking twice. Up and out.
Get
Picking
all
up
the...
the great axe because I don't go anywhere without it.
Yeah,
Sling it with me back.
grab my gear.
And downstairs.
Okay.
I'll don the guard jacket. I'm still wearing the rest of my my garments.
Yeah.
Probably gonna try and get on my armor as I'm like hurrying down the corridor.
Down the stairs.
Like, shit.
Someone buckle up the back while I do the front. So you're all kind of panic running down the stairs.
Yeah, get gear, put it on as quickly as you can, and head towards helping out.
Okay.
I'll don my 2 blades to the side and straighten myself out a little, like, and start
Anyone needs
following
assistance,
calmly.
Give it to them with their armor or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So you all run downstairs, and almost immediately, because I'm not fucking about, I would like to direct all of your attentions to Tailspire, please. As you can see, the vision you have as you run downstairs, you look into the guardhouse proper, and there is no one to be seen. Those sounds of footprints, footsteps, clanging of armour, and the familiar sounds of those being on the night shift. Quiet as they are, it is a ghost town. There is nothing but silence and, emptiness in the guardhouse.
Are the screams still going on outside?
You can hear screams, but even though you've made your way downstairs and out into the village, they still seem... don't know how to describe it. Distant, not clear, almost as if your ears are blocked. You can hear that people are screaming, but it's not, there's a fire over here. It's, it's very muffled, but screams you can hear nonetheless, coming from the direction of the village. I won't...
Could I perceive if my hearing is obstructed or if there's just distance?
Yeah, I won't make you roll. You feel your ears, they're not blocked. You don't feel weird or different. You've not been directly affected by smoke. As you look around the guardhouse, it is not on fire. You go outside, there's no smoke. It is all coming from X amount of feet away, starting with the initial buildings.
Okay.
As you do
There's
all...
no... Like I say, as we're going down, there's no sign of anybody. There's no bodies on floor.
Nope.
No rags or out.
Nothing seems taken. Nothing seems disturbed. There's still the racks of armor and arms. It's as if everyone's just left. There's no signs of struggle, combat. There's just no one in there at all. So along with the muffled sounds of screams as you exit the guardhouse, and you are all in Tailspire, yeah? You can all see that the buildings
Oh dear.
are on fire.
Oh.
The next most obvious thing you can see is that there is a bunch of motherfuckers in the middle of the village. So you guys are outside the front of the guardhouse here, and there is a bunch of dudes in the village. You
would
can
we
see...
be able to tell if these bunch of dudes are the ones that are screaming, or are they just sort of standing there running around in the distance?
Yeah, good question. They all seem to be stood there, facing the guardhouse, as they are. The buildings in the surrounding area, including the large autumnal tree that's a big picture in the village, everything is on fire. You can still hear the screams. You cannot see any signs of struggle. You cannot see any villagers. All the homes appear to be shut. They are all just on fire, but you can hear screaming, and it still sounds distant.
Okay, so the screaming doesn't sound like it's coming from. It sounds like it's coming from further away or in the houses, potentially.
Give me a perception check.
Oh god.
12. 15.
15. Just sounds distant. It's hard to pick up, and it still sounds muffled. You'd think if there was someone in the house, maybe up against the window, you'd hear them clearly. If they were further away, why is there only distant sounds of screaming and not anyone closer? You know, it's very disorienting.
Do I recognize any of the garments of the individuals that they're wearing inside the center of town, or?
You do not recognise any of the garments. They all appear to be. Any garments are mostly leathers with elements of fur. These guys have got red hoods, leathery pants. This guy has got a nice black and red kind of outfit with. I'm just going to describe them as they are. Purple adornments to his armour.
Okay, I will draw my short sword.
And they are all just standing there. Not saying
I'm
anything,
going to-
not moving, just holding their position.
Right, I'm going to draw my bow, but I'm also going to stealth as well. Try and get out of their line of sight, so I've got a better shot on them.
Okay, so you want to try to move? I guess, over behind here somewhere?
If I can, yes.
Okay,
Stealthily.
so you run over here. Give me a stealth check.
Ooh, that's good. 30-20.
30-20, okay. Noted.
I will simply start strolling upwards the path, not hurried, just calmly start moving forward.
Okay, you got to go...
About my full movement.
Yeah.
Yep, 30 feet, yep.
I'll walk up alongside to the left. I have 30 feet.
Follow as well, but with caution.
Okay.
We are very much outnumbered. We need to be careful with these guys. They don't seem to be panicking, so...
They seem oddly quiet
Mm-hmm.
for being in a burning town.
It's reasonable to assume that they are the ones who did it. Just...
They will be checking the houses, no? Not just standing there.
Actually, now that I've moved up to that house there, Pidge,
Yeah.
does it sound like anyone's inside it trying to get out?
Give me a perception check. I'll say with disadvantage because you're trying to listen through a wooden building.
Perception. 17 with at disadvantage.
17, you cannot hear anything but the sound of crackling, burning on the roof. And kind of in the building is definitely on fire.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hear any screams, talking, shuffling, nothing from the inside.
Right, okay.
There's still no reaction from...
Nope, they are all just standing still. Give me perception checks now that you're all... I'll say for visual. Does anyone, as a point of note, does anyone have any difference or boostings or negatives for visual or hearing? Or is it just perception as it is what it is?
It just is, I think.
Just is, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so none of you are particularly better at hearing, you know what I mean? Yeah, so yeah, just perceptions for looking at these guys as you walk up the path.
8.
15.
15.
Yeah. 13.
Okay. It's a bit difficult, but as you are all trying to pay attention to them, the more you try to look at them and the more you try to focus in on them, the harder you seem to find it to gain detail in them. You try to look them in the face, and whilst you can look at each other as you're next to each other and you know the appearance and details of the face of your friends, the more you look at these guys, you can't pinpoint a face. It's not necessarily that they don't have a face, but the details are very difficult to make up.
Take up a more guarded stance as I continue to walk towards the ones I previously identified as the one with wearing like the darkened armor.
Guy in the middle.
Yeah.
Want to go your full 30?
Yeah, and I'll slowly I'll try and you there. Have you done this?
I'll maintain on the left side as well.
Mm-hmm.
My bow will be drawn on the guy they're approaching.
Okay. As you approach, you walk up and you still cannot seem to pick up any details in his face. He doesn't respond. But as you get within this kind of range, you hear in sync the cacophonous sound of weapons all being drawn, all at the same time, in sync. Shing.
Business then.
And I thought we were going to have a quiet night tonight. So what's all this about then?
Silence.
Will extend my short sword and I'll slowly walk towards the individual in front of me and try and see if it connects.
Okay. It's you walk up as your blade kind of tink connects with armor.
I'll try and like get a closer look at where the blade is now hitting the armor to see if that maybe helps me focus on the rest of the character.
You look towards the tip of your blade and you can see it clear as day. The armor, it's got worn, discoloring, sandy patches to it. You know, it looks like armor, but then you look again, you blink and you look at the guy, still no facial features. I will say, give me an insight check. This is going to be a personal feeling.
Oh, I'm really good at feeling. A 10.
A 10. As you approach, whilst they don't seem to have reacted, moved, or said anything, now that you've kind of connected with your blade, you're an experienced fighter. You're a town's guard. You can weigh up the ways and the means of people's, like the vibes. You get the vibe that it's about to kick off.
I will tend to push him away with the tip of my blade to gain more distance between him and me.
Okay, I will say give me a strength check, and then everyone roll initiative. That act of you trying to knock him back a little bit, it's kicking off.
Fuck's sake.
That's a 19, and I'll try and, as I kick him back, I'll try and take like 3 or so foot back myself.
Yeah, I will say you push him back a few feet. Everyone can have a round of. You can all have a round to do something. So give me your initiatives, please.
22.
Where are
I
we?
do hope this isn't an indication of all my good rolls being away for the rest of the session, but that was a natural 20 again for 24 total initiative.
Delicious. So we got shows on.
Just gonna roll ones from now. It's fine.
Scarf. Yes, 20 to 15. You got a 16, was it? Zafira.
Yep.
18.
18 for Azora. I will roll initiative for main guy. A 21. And then I will roll a group initiative for the others. Well. So, if anyone wants to make a note, I shall read the initiatives out progressionally as we, So we've got Shozan, Scarf, Main Guy, Azura, Zafira, and the group. So, at the start of this, you've all got a round to do something, and then it'll be into the initiative order.
Would I be able to... I know we can't really see or recognize them, but would I be able to distinguish them somehow to know what they are?
Yeah, they are all clearly orcs, goblins, and troll. Well, I mean, I say all. This guy's an orc. He has the general physical makeup of an orc.
Would I be... Yeah, I would like to just, not raise my voice, but just speak a bit more loudly, because it's probably loud from all the fire going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell him to state your purpose in orc.
Okay. Similar to before, absolute no reaction.
Okay. They've drawn the weapons. Screw it. The main guy, I will loose an arrow at him.
Okay, go for it.
My position, is that good enough for advantage or just not normal?
I will give you advantage, yeah, because you chose to hide. So we'll say you kind of bosh out of the corner. Shoot an arrow at the fella.
That is a 21 to hit.
I will leave the choice up to you guys. Do you want me to make it daytime so you can see better, on the understanding that it is night? It's up to you.
I think it's all right, personally.
Yeah,
Okay.
Looks
Yeah,
I can
you
see
can-
quite fine.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
21 to hit.
Yeah, hits.
Yeah, okay. That'll be for 7 damage. Piercing.
Noted. You loose the arrow. It sticks straight in his shoulder. You see that the physical form holding his dagger and his longsword just takes the blow and then just goes back to standing there. No reaction. You notice that no blood spatters out or anything like that. It just... arrow goes in. Zafira?
Yeah, they didn't respond, so I'll
Nope.
just ready myself for
Okay.
a possible attack.
Yeah, are you going to hold to... Are you holding ready for an attack, or do you want to attack? You've got like this starting round if
No,
you want
I'm-
to engage,
I'm-
or...
I'm gonna hold it for now.
Okay.
Because it feels really off. He didn't react, though.
Okay, so you're going to take the dodge action, which would give people attacking you disadvantage.
I guess I guess it would be dodge if I wanted to like ready my shield for whatever.
Yeah, so you can either
dodge?
you can either ready an attack, so if someone comes at you, you swing, or you could take the dodge action where you get in full defense mode, which would give everyone else that attacks you disadvantage.
Yeah, I'll do the defense.
Okay, yeah, so you take the dodge action. Shozan?
I'm a little confused here. So one of my racial traits clearly states that it's starting from 3rd level, but I already have 2 charges.
Right. Which...
The gift one.
I've got no idea. If it's on your sheet, you can use it. I'm like D&D Beyond is very particularly annoying and limiting in what it can do, but what it seems to be consistent in is that shit that does work, like if it's on your sheet, it probably should be. So I'm not.
Yeah, that's my experience as well. But
Yeah.
I just wanted to check.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah,
I'll use,
appreciate your heads up. If it's there, use it. Fuck it.
I'll use 1 charge of my gift to both increase my walking speed and Azura's walking speed by 10 feet.
Okay. Just make a note of that you two have now got 40 feet. How long does that last?
Until the start of my next turn.
So it's just 1 round until the start of your next turn, and
Yes.
is that just expends 1 charge to allow?
Yeah, pretty much. One charge.
Yourself and someone else to... Or is it just
Move an
2
additional
people?
10 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Love that.
And I will use that speed to move to the archer on my right.
Yeah.
And immediately try and strike the fellow
Okay.
with my short sword and see what we can do. That would be a
Like
18 to hit.
Hits.
Dink.
And I need a d6
He did a little bump.
for a total of math Wednesday. 9 points of damage.
9 points of damage.
Ooh.
You run up to him. You get your short sword. Lash straight across him.
And I will
Oh.
take the remaining of my movement backwards, back towards the group.
We'll just call that a straight easy 40. You run up, shlem a guy, and run back.
Yep.
None of the others look. None of the others track you. They're all just facing the guardhouse. You run over, run the guy through, and run back. Azora?
Did it feel like a proper connect with my blade?
Yeah, it was a full.
Did
It
it feel
was a
something
full.
that's
You've just slashed across a guy, like a full bladed attack should. No blood spattered. But it was a full connection.
I'll just stay wary and try and look around.
I'm curious as to why they're not trying to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to use, on the main guy, Psionic Mind to send a telepathic message. See if he can speak or understand that way. You can send telepathic messages to any creature you see within 30 feet of you. You don't need to share any languages with the creature, but it must be able to understand at least one language to comprehend the message.
Roger that.
I'm just going to ask him straight. Why are you ignoring us? Why are you here?
Give me an intelligence check. Just D20 plus your intelligence mod.
I don't have a plus to that, but it is a 16.
16, you reach out, and I imagine part of this telepathic connection ability, you know, for lack of a better way, like, I imagine you get the kind of feeling like someone's picked up the phone. You've called someone, they've picked up the phone, you've recognised that acceptance, and then you can communicate. You don't register a picking up of the phone. You reach out, no answer, no response, no one picks up the phone. So with you doing that, we will crack into initiative. So, top of the round, Shozan Jin.
I will hold my position. I'll take out one of my darts and I'll throw it at the goblin with the daggers next to the archer I just neutralized.
Yeah. This guy.
Yes, sir. For a staggering 11
Hits.
to hit. Okay. 4d4 damage.
Oh,
For a
damn.
total of 6 points of damage.
6 points of damage. The dagger targeted right in the centre of the chest. The physical form registers that it's been hit. Doesn't react otherwise.
Okay. I'll pretty much use the rest of my turn to tell my fellow guardsmen to stay on their toes. This feels wrong.
Okay.
That's it.
No movement, no bonuses. You've just yeeted
No,
out
I will-
dagger.
I will remain
Yeah,
in
yeah.
place,
Hold
surrounded
firm.
by my. Yep.
Scaff. Still behind the building.
Yeah, it seems weird, but yeah, we'll do another arrow into the leader.
Yeah, roger that.
Yep. $16 to hit.
That will hit.
For a maximum damage of 12 points of piercing.
12 points. Opposite shoulder. Connects. No reaction.
But apart from that, stay where I am.
Okay. The main guy is gonna walk up to Shozan Jin and schmeckle you with his longsword for a 20 to hit.
That'll hit.
You take 8 points of slashing damage.
Ooh.
He is then going to follow up with his dagger with a 19 to hit
I'll hit also.
for a further 6 points of piercing damage.
Oh,
Ooh, I'm unconscious.
Oh,
oh,
brother.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Brother, ugh.
You'll hear me go out on my knees
Oh,
and then.
no.
Ow.
Yeah. No, not like this.
Azura. You've seen
Well, that-
daggers get thrown, 2 arrows come across, main guy just walks up, emotionless, just slash, puts down your friend.
I'll look and then. Oh hell no! And I'll rage.
Yeah? Azura bursts into a rage.
And he is going to get the full force of a great axe.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Hit him, hit him.
Start writing new character noises.
Don't worry, you have a paladin.
Right, so that is a dirty 20 to hit.
30-20.
Yeah.
Definitely hits.
Bonk. It's so silly, I love it.
5, 8. 10 points of smacky damage.
10 points of smacky damage.
No, sorry, I rolled the wrong dice. I was looking at the crossbow. That is definitely the wrong damage dice. 12 points of damage.
12 points. In response, a big angry roaring slash across his front, and he falls over. Still no blood, but he falls over. Anything else, Azura?
I don't think there is anything I can do to assist. No,
Okay.
unfortunately not.
Saphira?
I will turn towards Shozan and lay my hands on him.
Okay.
It says in the description, as an action, you can touch a creature to restore any number of HP remaining in the pool. So does that mean I could just restore him to full health?
The
No.
pool is your... What is it? It'll explain somewhere how much you've got in the pool, but I think it's
I
your
think
level
it's
times
your level.
5.
So I have
So-
5 H. Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think at level 1 you've got 5 HP.
So you
Anything
can
better
give
than nothing.
anything up to
Or
I don't
5,
know.
5
Before
HP to
you
either
do anything,
cure a
though, Shozan,
disease.
Yes.
Saphira, you seeing your friend cut down, you take a knee, you holding your shield up firm as you have, you reach down, you channel your energy to your deity, and you lay your hands on Shozan, and nothing happens. You feel like you've expended the points from your pool, but nothing happens.
Oh, so wait, so each one is, so each of these 5 boxes is 1 HP? Or
Yeah,
not?
probably.
Oh, I don't know. It's a bit confusing.
That does seem a bit weird, because by high level you'll end up with like 100 boxes or something stupid.
You have a pool of healing power that can restore 5 HP per long rest. As an action, you can touch a creature to restore any number of HP remaining in the pool. Or 5
It
HP
doesn't
to
quite
either
get
cure a
that simple.
disease or neutralize a poison affecting the creature. No, it's a bit...
We'll look at the sheet again together just to make sure. We'll figure it out. The important thing for now is though you've used your action to lay on hands and nothing happened. Thank you very much for the follow there, Buzzer. Still have movement and a bonus should you so wish.
I'm just confused and a bit, just sort of a bit devastated as to why I can't help my friend up.
Yeah, you look at your holy symbol, it is glowing as it would. You've laid hands before, you know, the odd kid that runs, trips and scuffs their knee. They look upset, you walk over and you reach down and you lay on hands and make it all feel better. You've done this 1,000 times. It's, you know, it's an ability that you have and you've confident to use. Your connection with your deity is strong as it ever has been since becoming a paladin of Kerechek. But in this moment, as you reach down, almost instinctually, not taking your gaze off your enemies, holding your shield firm, you reach down, nothing happens.
Would I have seen that happen?
You've seen her reach out, her hand glowed, as did her symbol, the familiar lay on hands. The points were expended, but nothing actually happens.
I'm just going to look at it and think with an extremely puzzled look on my face and think back to when I cast the Psionic and it's just like, something not right here.
Anything else,
Something's
Saphira?
very wrong. No. I'll remain where I am.
Okay. Whoa. Okay, it is the turn of the group. Goblin 1.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh god.
They brought a cave troll.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
So, 2 archers first are gonna both shoot at Azura. 17 and 16.
Yep, both.
You take 6 points down to 3 because you're raging. You take 8 points down to 4 because you're raging. 1, 2, 3, 4 goblin slashes into Saphira. Natural 20. 19. 17.
Nope.
Rip Paladin.
And 21.
Yeah. What is their bonus to fucking attacks, bro? What the fuck?
You take 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 22 points of damage.
Yeah, forget it.
And then big guy on Azura.
Oh, smash.
21 and a 17.
Yeah.
You take 12 down to 6, and again 12 down to 6, so another 12 points of damage.
Night.
Did you maybe not want to do a midweek session after all? Did you maybe get that idea in your head? There was like, no.
Sorry guys, I changed my mind. I've just got better things to do.
You make me so excited to play, and now
You just want to kill the entire group.
Scaff, you have seen your friends be surrounded and minced brutally.
just run away.
No, never.
One has to live
I'm not
to
going to run
tell
away.
the tale.
I'm just going to keep hiding.
I'm just gonna keep watching. Like what? If I'm the only one that makes it out, maybe I'll get a promotion.
I've got 3 days left.
I'm new squad leader. Yay.
So close to retirement.
So, since I'm still stealthed, I'm gonna.
And you're no longer stealth because you popped out and shot.
Ah, shit. Fuck it. I'm gonna shoot the closest one.
Big guy.
Gotta go.
Oh, Scaff needs to run, mate, not you.
Gotta go.
Yeah, we'll go with big guy.
People need me.
Okay.
So. 16?
16 hits.
7. 11 damage, piercing.
11 piercing damage. A bolt right between the eyes.
And I'm going to move my action to move back 30 feet if I can.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh, wisdom. 18.
18, you try to run back and you cannot.
Well, fuck.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh fuck.
I've had an action. I can't stealth again. What can I do? Can I do that? I will.
Accept
Flying
your
is a
fate.
free action.
I will hold position.
Okay. I will start with the archers. They will run to gain better line of sight on you, and they will shoot with a 14 to hit,
Miss.
a 16 to hit.
Miss.
Okay. First goblin. Big guy. This goblin's gonna swing on you. 19.
Hit.
Big guy. First swing, 22.
Hit.
And big guy number... his second attack, 18.
Hits.
So you take
Oh no!
6, 7, 8, 9... Take 14 points of damage.
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay.
Is this where we become an average Joe party?
No,
Feels like we already are.
we'll have to be called Dave.
Cheers, guys. I've been Pinch. I've been your DM. That's how you kill a party. No, I'm joking. Everyone, give me a perception check as the light leaves your eyes.
This is where you wake up in the land beyond. In Elden Ring.
Ooh, and that 20 for a 21.
22.
19.
19.
Very nice. The last thing you all see as you all drift off into death is that the moon in the sky is full. You then
Well,
blink a few times as you find yourselves in bed in the guardhouse. As the sun goes down, give me perception checks.
14.
15.
Yeah, 15.
18.
Scav, you blink yourself out of what felt like a nightmare. You check yourself and you are not wounded. You look around and you see your comrades, your colleagues, in bed, asleep. You can hear the familiar sounds of guards downstairs. And you look out of the window and you can see... Give me a nature check.
Nature. 17.
17, you subconsciously look up at the moon and you can see that it is not quite yet full. You imagine
it's like
that in the next couple of days it will be full. But it's hard to tell exact.
Right.
You put your head down on your pillow and you fall asleep. And you all awaken in the morning with a long rest.
I had the worst nightmare last night.
Tell me about it.
I will explain the scene what happened.
That's so strange. I dreamed the exact same thing.
Well, that makes 3 of us, and that is... I don't believe in
4 of you.
coincidence. Oh. Okay. That's too weird to be anything but random.
So splash my face in like a bucket of like maybe some freshening water and just...
Yeah. You know that in the guardhouse there's, cleaning facilities, yeah. Ding, 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 ding. You hear a small bell downstairs that you all recognise as the coming change of the shift. It's the get your asses out of bed, get yourself sorted. It's the day shift starting soon.
Yeah, slowly than usual. Start getting ready, trying to think on what happened in the dream.
It all felt absolutely real. You all went outside, and apart from the weirdness of the unclear faces on these figures, the distant but not quite clear sounds of screaming and pain, getting run through in such a devastating way felt absolutely real. The pain you felt in the dream, you can still sense, whilst it's become clear it was a dream, it felt very real.
And in the dream, it was orcs and goblins and
There
trolls.
was give me a history check.
8.
8. Whilst you can't remember how many there were, you can remember the main guy looked very much like an orc. There did seem to be some goblins and some big ogre troll looking dudes.
I'll be trying to calm myself by doing my morning routine. Just doing my forearms with the longsword.
Yep.
I'm going to say to you three, I'm not being paranoid, but what has been the previous activity of orcs or goblins or trolls in the area in the past few days, weeks, months?
There's the blacksmith.
Trying to think back on reports from other areas of Kerecekian.
Yeah, give me a history check.
Did we get
Right.
briefs? Like surrounding
history-
area activities?
17?
17, you remember reports coming in. You are fully aware, as town guard, that there are roaming bands of bastards that do tend to try their luck in any villages that they meet. They're usually a bit inexperienced and trying their luck rather than war bands, you know. So they end up getting kicked in the backside and moved on, or arrested, or in the rarer cases where they try to kick off, they just get put down very quickly. So whilst you are aware of reports in neighbouring villages and towns that they are out there, there's not really been any threat of anything substantial happening. And of course, reflecting on the map of Kerecekian, you are aware of everything on that map. You know, Great Cliff being the Eagle Cliff being the main location of bandits and bastardry of the orcish goblin kind. So quite a number of weeks away.
I don't think there's been any reports of groups such as this one that we seem to have all dreamed about.
Them lot
Yeah.
last night seemed a little too organised for what we've come across before.
There was something not normal about them as well.
There was
They felt not real. As in, they didn't respond the way they should when hit with a blade.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Whether that was just the nightmare or what, I don't know.
Felt real enough. It is okay
Yeah.
to be skeptical.
Well, it was a nightmare indeed. I couldn't even help you, my friend. I feel like I failed you, even though, you know, it was just a dream. Though it is too much of a coincidence for me to believe that it is not a sign that something is coming.
Zafira, give me a religion check with advantage.
Ooh, with advantage, let me get another 20. If I can find one. I would think I have a d20. Ooh, net 20.
Nice.
To a total. Oh, I don't even. Why do I not have a plus to religion? I don't. It's good paladin.
Heck
You're
of a
very
paladin.
You're
Yes.
a very unreligious paladin. It's fine.
Well, I don't have an oath yet. Okay, cut me some slack.
That's fair. With a natural 20, though, you feel, as you are kind of talking to your friend, expressing that you feel like you failed them, you reflect back on the fact that you felt the lay on hands expel. You felt that familiar cold-blooded into warmth feeling as you get that kind of, as it passes down your arm and is expelled. The holy symbol on your chest glowed in the moment in the dream, and as it glows now in this moment, you feel a wave of comfort. Whilst no words come to you, you kind of feel, whilst you are expressing feeling bad, you have a feeling like she's trying to comfort you in the moment.
I will put my hand over my holy symbol and just close my eyes for a moment.
I'll put my hand firmly on your shoulder and just. You did what you could, I am sure. And do it like a bow and then refreshing myself some more after doing my forms.
Part of me wants to tell this to the captain. Because
I've-
one person dreaming of it, yeah. 4 of us having the same exact dream cannot be a coincidence.
I couldn't agree more.
I believe we
It
should.
does not feel
yes.
right. We need to
In
warn
my-
someone at least.
in my memory, how receptive is the captain to the guard to superstition?
Give me an insight or history, whichever
Ooh,
you should wish.
Oh, that's a 15 plus 3, 18.
18. The captain of the guard, whilst usually quite stern and fixed in their work, you know that it's stern. You know that they are stern because they are fixed in their work, not necessarily that they're a grumpy fucker. So whilst, you know, we are in a world of magic and bastardry, strange happenings aren't necessarily, you're not coming out of the blue, you know. They could be receptive. As your friend said, the four of you experiencing this could probably help, rather than you just turning up going, I had a bad dream, you know. So yeah.
We're all gonna die.
2 days, 4 fence.
3 days from retirement.
I will simply nod in agreement that we should report.
Well, probably no better time than the present before dreams slip away, as they tend to have the habit to. Although that one is a bit vivid. Well, we still have it all fresh in our minds.
Agreed.
No.
I'll put on like the tabard and
Yeah, I'm gonna get my
straighten
armor
myself
on.
out.
Yeah,
Not in a rush this time.
yeah. Remembering the bell, that usually signifies half an hour, give or take, for you to get up, wake up, freshen up, get your gear together. You know, it's not like dingling you're late, so you've got a little bit of time to ease in, wake up in the morning, get yourself sorted. So you all prepare your uniforms and your gear, strap yourselves into your armor.
I'll firmly attach my blades this time. Extra.
Yeah. Comparative to the dreamscape of loose strapping things in a panic as you run down the stairs, you've got plenty of time to get yourselves ready. You head downstairs?
Yeah.
Yep. Making your way down, comparative to the dream where it was a ghost town, you see that there is, in fact, people coming and going, a couple of villagers popping in. The morning baker has come in with the first set of guard baskets, as they like to provide. Bread rolls in the morning for the guardhouse change of shift. Captain is sat behind the main desk of the guardhouse. You know that coming down the stairs, you enter into the main foyer, which is the kind of public space. Anything off the foyer is guard-only space.
Morning, Captain.
Morning. It's half-orc looking fellow. Hair in a similar top knot to you, which you've shared a kinship in the past. Sitting with some kind of hot brew. It's green. You don't quite know what it is. It's probably some kind of herbal thing. Whether
It's
he's
matcha.
been... yeah, it's matcha. Whether it's shavings from the cactus plants outside, some kind of aloe-based trying to be health kick. But you kind of shrug it off and he sips. Ready for the morning
Strong or
shift?
sugared?
Well,
Yeah.
it's
I hope it's a
sweet
quiet
enough.
one after last night.
Sweet enough.
Last night? Well, it was a quiet one last night.
For you, maybe.
We've had an experience.
Right.
All of us.
Okay.
Same one.
Oh, well. It was quiet. If happened upstairs, or...
Well, Captain, you see, that's the odd thing about it. It was a dream. It happened in our sleep.
Right.
But
A goddamn nightmare, if anything.
we all experienced the exact same thing.
Well, if you working too hard. You can always look, the same thing.
Same
Yes.
event, same order, everything.
Give me a persuasion check. You can all give me one. It's a bit of a group persuasion.
3.
3.
A
Very
30-20.
persuasive.
30,
That
20.
one.
That one.
An 11.
Oh god.
11. Scaff with the negative. Not doing too bad. Okay, seems a bit strange. You all having the same dream. Keep an eye on things, and you don't necessarily kind of locks you all up and down. You don't seem overtired or anything, so if it happens again, let me know. But what I'd recommend you do, if you all write it down without discussing things, just to make sure it all was the same. When you on your break, if you wouldn't mind, just write down what happened, just so you can compare properly.
I'll stand in form, courteously nod, turn around, and
There is one thing, though, Captain. You say keep things in mind going forward. We may not have the time to do so if what has happened is some sort of epiphany.
Well,
Sorry, that was a big word.
I'm not too sure what you mean. If you've not got time to write things down, you don't have to, but I suppose it's just to...
No, we do have time, Captain. It's just we worry that it might be something to come to our town.
Oh,
And if it does happen like it did in the dream we shared, then it will be devastating.
oh.
It'll be on the night the moon is the fullest, which isn't too far away.
Okay. Just scratches his head a bit. Pulls his
Captain,
top knot a bit
allow
tighter.
me to report.
Absolutely, Shozan.
Woke up, middle of night, entire town on fire, band of orcs, trolls, and goblins.
She kind of
Unmoving,
flexes his
unresponsive.
jaw a bit.
Are we all here, or have we all gone off to write our own separate reports?
Yeah, you're all still stood there.
Screaming, distant, no civilians to be found. We were slaughtered in the center of town shortly after.
Right, you see, kind of scratches his lip next to his two protruding tusks from his lower jaw.
Captain, how long until the full moon?
Good question. Does the captain know? Nope.
Hey,
Scarf, you seem to think it's not far away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What would you recommend? Closer watch? You said it happened at night time?
Send some scouts to neighbouring villages, see if they've had any reports of goblins, orcs, trolls in the vicinity, just so we can prepare. The dream could be nothing, or let's best it is, or it's we've been given this vision by some greater thing to say prepare for something incoming.
Okay.
Any reports we can get from any neighbouring villages, towns, whatever, of any movements would be beneficial in this situation.
So, a little bit of a pause on proceedings and a little bit of above table reminder of, and for the stream as well, a little bit of a state of play situation in the world at the moment. You would all be aware that the main leading guild houses in Terrafae, across the continent of Want and of Kerecek, and the main central island of Calvados, are known as the Executives of Exploration. Each year, the Executives of Exploration host a gala, their annual gala, where they celebrate amongst the leadership and the what's known as the Gold members. Within the guilds, they are ranked. Adventurers are ranked in copper, silver, and gold membership. Of course, increasing rewards, difficulty of quests, etc. So, on the annual gala, along with the guild leads and the gold members, you would know that the year currently in Terrafae is the year 500 RB, since records began. Now, almost as if they had waited for a nice round 500, there was news that came a couple of weeks ago that at the most recent annual gala, all of the attending gold members and the leads of the Executives of Exploration of all of the guild houses across all of the villages in Terrafae were all murdered in a poison-based attack. Subsequent to that, all of the guild houses have been temporarily shut down. Activity for adventurers and the like has ceased function. Whilst there are still adventuring parties out doing what they can, there is no quest and reward system currently, because it's only been a couple of weeks since the gala and since this happened. So you know that the state of affairs in the world has very much become a little uproared, a little tense, quests that usually lead to bandits and bastards being stopped aren't being processed, quests to retrieve items of power or explore things that are happening in locations, none of it's being done thus far. So with that knowledge in mind, the captain ruffles through a set of papers on his desk. This isn't the only report of strange occurrings we've had recently. A couple of the lads from the day shift yesterday said that they'd dreamt something similar. It was less of a town attack leading to a slaughter, but it was a similar group of orcs and goblins and trolls led by an armoured orc. That was their dream seemed to be on a boat that seemed to be travelling between ports, Locktorpian and Loctopus in Kerecek. Whilst they described similar things of distant screams and fire, but they were on some kind of large vessel. So whilst locations of these dreams may differ, the fact that you've had one in Sogard itself is definitely more serious. Normally, we'd, as you said, Scaff, if we could send scouts and the like, we'd normally request that the guilds deal with it, but given the situation at hand, it looks like we're going to need to find another way. You're more than welcome to continue your duties as town guards, and we can find others to send out on an initial mission. Or, being some that experience the dreams yourselves, I'd like to offer you four the chance to try to make headway on this. You don't have to make any decisions right now. There's work to be done. He kind of looks over towards the doorway. There's nothing there, but looks as if that's where you'd be heading out on your duty. But it's something to think about, and as I said, don't forget to write down everything that you can. But yes, it's certainly not the only occurrence of this.
We shall think on it, Captain.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I mean, I can understand why you'd offer it to us, being we're the ones that experienced it. We know who we'd be looking for, having seen them,
Of course.
so to speak. But yeah, definitely have a think on it and get back to you.
Absolutely. Try not to let it affect you too much. Try not to let it linger on your minds. You have got a job to do. You are all here to keep the town safe, as you all do so well. See how you fare this day, and maybe have a chat amongst yourselves. But unless there's anything else, I believe you're due to start your shift shortly.
Captain.
Kind of nods to you all.
Going to head out.
Is there a duty roster as to what our jobs are for this shift, or?
Yeah, so you'd know as you go over towards the main door. On the side, there's a table that has a list of small jobs that people have come in, small things that people have reported. There is a list of guards, and there's like spaces in boxes where you can write your name if you're going to be on shift, so that people can come in and, oh yeah, Scaff's on duty, blah blah blah. You can fill in and sign yourselves on. Whilst it, as I say, it tends to be a day shift and a night shift rotation, you'd know that you can, if you wanted to particularly work a day or a night shift, you'd just discuss that with the captain if you needed to change at all. But the last few days at least, you've all been on day shifts.
I'll sign my name in, as I do every time.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you sign in, you look on the sheet, you can see that the baker, as mentioned, on the table is the bread rolls, as provided. There is also a note from the baker. He has said that there has been a couple of people who have been underpaying, and he's a friendly chap. He's a bugbear. He's rotund, very furry. His fur on his face curls into a large moustache. It's just fur, but it looks like a moustache as it's discoloured. But he's friendly. He's a nice guy, He doesn't want to upset anyone. But he has got to make a living, and people have argued that, well, if you're that worried about making money, why are you giving the guards free bread? It's like, don't complain about money if you're giving stuff away for free. So a couple of people have apparently been taking advantage and not been paying full prices. That's currently the only thing on the list.
Time to go make a visit then.
Is there a list of the names of the people who've been underpaying, or is it?
There's no list of names. He's just mentioned a couple of people.
Well, let's
Let's go see what he's got to say.
Take a couple of bread rolls.
I take one.
Take a croissant.
Croissant. Yeah. Bread rolls, croissant, Danish pastry. Nice little
I'll
treats.
take a snack as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you know that in the guardhouse as well, you are fed. It's simple but effective. You can always come in on your break and grab snacks and stuff. You don't have to worry about knocking off rations and stuff mechanically. you can assume that during your work day you can be fed. That's fine.
Okay.
You all head out.
Okay.
The first thing that you notice is the fresh air. Whilst it's warm, the air feels fresh. And of course, you gaze your eyes across the outside of the guardhouse, looking towards those first familiar buildings, and you all have flashes in your mind back to the last time you saw them. Technically, they were all ablaze. And you kind of feel that your chest tightens slightly as you get that familiar feeling of almost fear as you remember that the last time you were here, you died. But then you take a deep breath and set out knowing that there is in fact no danger.
My eyes will very shortly settle on the exact place where I got stabbed to death. Like,
Yeah, you walk down the same path to the middle of town and you look around, you know that the bakers would be on the other side of the large autumnal tree. You look around and there are people going about their business whilst it's not a huge village, Sogard. People get their day to day. There's people, trimming cactus. There's people brushing outside their homes just to get rid of the excess sand. There's people walking about, going towards the outside, just outside of town. There's some crop fields. And whilst it doesn't rain all that much, there are water wells and the like. Water's not too hard to come by, even though it's not necessarily rain-based.
Well, just as we're going along, any villagers just nod, give them a morning.
Yeah, everyone seems friendly enough. They all nod. Whilst none of them tend to speak, generally, unless spoken to, that's not necessarily a rule or a law. It's more just people keeping to themselves and not interacting too much with the guards. But everyone that you interact with gives a friendly smile and a nod as they go about their business.
straight to the baker then.
Mm-hmm.
Pay him a visit.
Okay. Following the paths that the kind of loose stone, as you make your way through, it's easy enough to find your way. That is aided shortly after by a familiar smell of that fresh baked goods. You almost Looney Tunes float as that friendly flavour takes your nose, and you head towards the baker's. The large front, like a burger van, as it opens out that front window with the sails of rows of bread and croissant and other simple baked goods. You can, of course, go into the store for larger loaves and the like, but there's always that enticing put it all out on the front windowsill so that people can smell it nearby. But you can see that as you look through that opening, that the baker is in fact in there in his large flour-dusted apron, rotund as he is, with his small chef's hat that is clearly very small. Where he got it from, why he wears it, you don't know, but bless him, he likes it and he wears it nonetheless, and it just kind of sits as a floof on the top of his head.
Goblin sized.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
So what's his name? Do we know it, or?
You all just know him
day.
as the baker, but if anyone wants to give me a history check with, I'll say with disadvantage to try and to see if you would have known him in the past.
That's not bad, actually.
Yeah, no, I have no idea who this guy is.
14.
He's the baker.
Definitely the baker.
He's the baker.
Oh. That was a 5.
Yeah, Scaff, did you roll, or are you just going with Baker?
I'm just going with Baker.
Yeah, with a 14, Azura. I mean, not to assume necessarily, but a larger dragonborn, you'd probably favour some of the old baked goods. But you know this the
Waffles?
waffle,
Pan au chocolat.
pan au chocolat.
baguette.
Yeah. This is Borlan, the bugbear baker.
All on.
Hell,
That's right. He's gone for alliteration. Borlan. Borlan, the bugbear baker.
Oh, yeah.
So I'll
Write that down, write that down.
go inside.
Yeah, there's a
Morning, Borlan.
small. It's less of a ring. It's more of a clacking of empty, large acorn shells. It's like a kind of clack, 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 clack kind of bell type system as you walk in. Oh, morning, Azora. Hello there, gods.
Unusual great smells as coming from here as normal.
Well, what can I say? I know you like the the baked goods. Did you all get the basket? Is it all okay this morning?
Oh yes.
Perfect, thank you.
As I'm still munching on part of mine.
Ah, lovely. What can I do for this morning? Business or pleasure?
Business. We noticed you left a little missive at the guardhouse.
Ah, yes, it's a trouble. He kind of shakes his head and turns away slightly, almost seeming a little shy or embarrassed that he's had to report it. Well, you know me, don't like to cause a ruckus, but I do have to make business, you know.
Exactly, and you work hard for it, so it's only fair people pay their way.
So, yes, it was two young orcish chaps. I don't know whether they were visiting or you know whether they're residents. I don't think I've seen them before, but they came in. I think they'd visited the tavern. It was late last eve. Just as I was ready to start closing up, they first of all, I thought it might have been an issue as they stopped me from closing my shutter and wanted me to serve them through the window. So I provided them with a couple of bread rolls and a large baguette that they said they were going to make an evening meal with, and as I went to charge them, they put a silver piece on the counter and then ran away, which I thought was a bit strange, because if they were going to steal, why did they pay anything at all? But
Well, friend, how much do they owe you then?
well, it's usually just a silver piece per item generally.
So you are missing 2 silver pieces then?
Currently, yes.
From these two, okay. Anyone
He
else?
kind of scratches his head again, almost feeling like it's a bit trivial, but if it's owed, it's owed, no matter how much, you know. I've not had any other issue. It was actually quite a good day. It was almost the last things that were ready to bring in. That's why
It was just these 2 guys that underpaid
Yes.
you. It wasn't anyone else.
No, they were the only 2 that I interacted with.
Well, you see, we can surely find them if they're still around. Your generosity is greatly appreciated, friend.
Oh,
But you must not let people take advantage of you.
Yeah, well, I tried not to. Yes, I have thought a few times about maybe putting less in the window, but that probably won't serve anyone through the window again. Which is a shame.
Talking, I will turn around and just stay within earshot, but sort of scan the front porch to see if I can find the individuals he's described, maybe in the crowd.
Yeah, give me a perception or an investigation check.
Invest. Yeah, no, I'll stick with perception if you don't mind. 22.
22, you look out, and whilst, as you explained, you're looking for people in a crowd, you don't pick out any youngish looking orcish types. I will say, with the 22 on the perception, whilst it's difficult to make out, given that the sandstony kind of vibe of the area, there are... Plus 22 is nice. Whilst you've got footprints that come and go, as you'd expect, there does seem to be a set of footprints that seems slightly more spaced, which you would imagine would have been from a quicker pace. That seem to head down the road, away from the guardhouse, slightly further into the village.
Okay, I'll sort of nudge Scaff and sort of point it out that I found some tracks that may indicate a running pair of individuals.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't really know what else to say. I don't want them to be apprehended or, you know it.
Well, yes, but they still owe you.
I know. Scratches his head
And
again.
you have to make a living.
Well,
So
if we can
don't
get
be-
what they owe you, and maybe a stern talking to.
I'd appreciate it.
I'm sure we can get the point across. Without having to get the point across, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, well, they did seem, as I say, they were youngish chaps, but they did seem like they might have come from the tavern, so old enough to know better, I suppose, but young enough to still be free-spirited, I suppose.
I got a feeling that term gets thrown about too much.
Probably.
Well,
thank you for stopping in anyway, guards. It's much appreciated. I know you're all busy.
Course.
As we're leaving, pop a couple of silver pieces on counter for him.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Oh, it's very kind of you, guard. Thank you. Can I offer you something from the front?
The rolls that you brought to the guardhouse this morning shall suffice, thank you.
Well, thank you very much. He smiles and yes, turns and puts it in his jar.
As I'm walking out, though, I will have a look if he's got any sweet treats up on.
There is a couple of honeyed rolls on the front.
I'm going to eye him up and I'll say, if they're there on the way back, I might pop back in.
No problem, that's all right. I know you like your sweet treats.
Well, we shall report to you as soon as we find something.
Thank you. Oh, be well. Make your way back outside. The clattering of the shells rings again.
I'll inform Azura and Zavera about the tracks that I found as well.
Oh.
With the size of the footprints, I imagine it's more they were wearing shoes, probably. But judging by the size of the prints, were it fit an orcish type?
Give me an investigation check. And what you do notice is they are barefoot, not boots or sandal.
18.
18. They, to be fair, they do seem very average in size. If you were to compare an orcish foot size, they do tend to be quite bigger, in fairness.
Mhm.
But then I suppose they were described as slightly younger-ish, so... Well, they were barefoot, so...
Do people normally walk around barefoot in this town? I imagine
As
if
you
if
think
the
about
sand and
that...
sandstone gets quite hot.
Yeah, not that many. It tends to be either the lizard folk or the tabaxi or the bugbear or the dragonborn. Yeah, people who are either cold-blooded or furry, who don't necessarily feel it as much, like to be comfortable and open-toed. Tends to be either guards or people doing a bit of labour that wear the boots and the like. So, as you think, yeah, they are barefoot. They don't look like furry person feet or dragonborn feet or lizard folk feet.
We'll try and follow them, see if we can follow them, see where they go. See if they lead us anywhere.
Okay. You paying close attention. I won't make you roll again. You follow them as best as you can. The further into town you get, it does become a little more difficult to follow because the footprints do. There's the sand that blows and there's people walking to and fro. But you notice as best as you can that these footprints head towards a pair of buildings. They look like residential type buildings, and they go down the side of them. It's hard to call it an alleyway really because the buildings are a little spaced out. You know, it's not like alleyways go into behind a row of buildings. It's more of just a gap between buildings. Then onto small patches of grass, and then you see the tracks pick up again at a less hurried pace, almost as if they'd gone down the buildings and relaxed a bit. But you pick up the tracks, the barefoot tracks that go further down the road, and they do head towards the tavern in direction.
Young, growing due to the average size of the feet, but yet old enough to drink.
I'm not going to go straight into the tavern. I'm going to have a look through a window, see if anyone matches the description inside.
Okay. I'll say give me a perception check with disadvantage. It's the kind of sand-blasted appearance of the windows on the outside.
Can I assist him to negate the disadvantage?
Yeah, if you want to. Roll with advantage. We'll say show as you trying to look through. Shozan walks up and gives the window a little bit of a wipe.
15.
15. You look in. You can see that there is a couple of goblins on the inside. I say a couple. 2 goblins who are a couple. There's a male and a female. They seem to just be sat around. Either one of them's reading a book, one of them seems to be doing something up against a counter. But no orcish types in there.
They're probably in bed or something.
It is early.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well head in. I can't see them in the main floor.
After you.
I know. Walk in.
Okay.
I'll closely follow.
Yeah. You head in to the tavern. As described, you've got there's a couple of goblins in there. Relaxed morning. As you come in, one of them turns and nods. Morning. Starts taking chairs off the tables. And you instinctually want to lean in and help them because they're small and these chairs and tables are all average in size so as not to discriminate. But then you kind of hold back from helping because, I mean, the tavern owners, they obviously know what they're doing. Starts to load out the chairs.
Good morning. Got a couple of questions for you if you've got a few minutes.
Yeah. I was going to offer a drink, but Maybe not for the guards.
On duty, I'm afraid.
A little early as well, my friend.
Yeah, go on.
You got any people currently staying at the moment? Any the rooms taken?
Maybe. Glorin. No, you see the other goblin kind of what hops down from by the counter, and you can see as you'd looked through, they were up against the counter. You hadn't quite seen that they were standing on a stool to try to reach. Little bit of an apron, and they seem to wipe some kind of sauce or liquid onto their top. Yeah. What?
Just wondering if you've got any guests currently residing here at the moment.
Guess. Oh yeah. 3. 3 orcses.
Are they all together sharing, or?
I don't know. They've got 3 rooms.
Okay. Do you have any names for them?
No, don't take names. Hard to remember. As long as they put the gold on the desk and, don't cause a mess.
Have they put the gold on the table?
That's a good question, actually, God. Don't think 2 of them have paid. But what are you doing letting people stay without paying? Oh, don't start with your bullshit again. Not in front of the guards. No. Sorry, go on.
Okay.
Out of
Are
curiosity.
they still here now?
I don't know. Don't tend to go rapping on the doors. They come down when they come down.
Right.
Sorry, my
How
notes.
much is a room usually here? A room for the night? How much does it go for?
It's one gold a night with a bit of breakfast. If I remember.
So 1 gold and 1 silver piece a person.
And how long have they been staying here for?
Well, there was one of the Oakses has been here 3 days. And then the other 2 Oakses 2 days.
What's the ages roughly? Would you say of these orcs?
Oh, I don't know, but don't tend to tell. Looking up at people, I just serve them drinks. What about you? Well, I don't know how old Oakses get.
How old do you get?
It's a good question, God. Don't really
Well,
count
about
the
that
cycles. Not as old as the Oakses.
Okay, do the orcs in question look soft in features or a bit more weathered?
Oh, yeah, it doesn't look like they've seen that many cycles, I suppose, if you put it that way. I suppose 2 of them would look a bit younger than the other one. Big, heavy bugger he was. I had the scarf like it was cold and it's like black armour on.
I'll immediately jump to
Mhm.
attention.
Okay.
Was
3
the
days.
armor just black?
Well, I didn't really pay that much attention to it. He came in, went straight to the room.
Well, would you mind if we spoke to your guests if they're still here?
I mean, you could do what you want, guards. I want no trouble, but if you want to go and knock on the doors, you're welcome to.
So, sorry, what was your names again? Sorry.
Oh, that's Glorin, the one with the sauce. And I'm Gorish.
Thank you.
He's very gorish.
Why did you name them Karen? Karen and Caron.
Carhen.
Bethy? Karen?
It was just a suspicion.
Suspicion. While we were talking, they climbed out the windows.
Goren and Gorish.
Alright.
Right then, so which rooms are these in? You don't happen to have a spare
There's
key,
only
do you?
3 rooms, no spare keys. It's too much trouble. People take them and lose them and leave them. We just get new ones cut. But there's 3 rooms upstairs. So take your luck.
Right. The 2 younger looking ones, which rooms are they in?
The 2 at the back. There's 1, 2, and 3. So 2 and 3 probably.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure you don't want a drink or anything? It's like, oh, shut up, Corin, they're on duty. Oh, sorry. Goes off to try and shakily take more chairs off.
Right then.
Well, I suggest we pay them a little visit.
Yeah.
One of us should probably stay down here, though, in case.
I will do that. As I'll turn to Goran. You got some apple juice?
I think we got some fresh juice, Gorish. What about the juices?
Apples?
I was cutting tomatoes. I can get some fruit juice. Give us a minute.
I'll take one.
Goblin barefoot footprints slapping on the stone on the floor.
I'll sort of take a position that I can see where the guys are going upstairs to go to the rooms.
Yeah,
And
so
keep an eye on the entrance a little bit.
yeah, you look in the tavern. As you look up, you can see in the back corner there is stairs that goes up at an angle, and then up, and then onto a balcony. So you can see the 1, 2, 3 doors from down here. It's as you'd imagine, it's so people can keep an eye on things. Whilst the rooms themselves obviously have doors for privacy. The balcony, you can see where people are. So, yeah.
I'm gonna go up the stairs and go to the last room in the corridor. So room 3, I imagine.
Yeah, you can see that they are in Goblin. Does anyone speak Goblin?
Yes.
Anyone that speaks Goblin can see that the numbers scratched into the doors, the wooden doors, are 1, 2, and 3 in Goblin. Anyone else, they just look like weird runic lines. But you know, it's 1, 2, 3 in Goblin on the doors.
Mm-hmm.
And they are in order 1, 2, 3, not 3, 2, 1.
I'm going to firmly knock on the very last door.
I'm going to stand a bit further back in front of door for number 2 in case someone tries to bolt out of that one.
Okay. Yeah, you knock on the door for number 3. Do you say anything or do you just knock?
Open. Yeah, Town Guard, open the door, please.
FBI, open up!
FBI, open up. Kick the door.
Yeah, so we'll say as you knocked, you didn't hear anything. But then as you said, Town Guard, open up, you start to hear some shuffling on the inside. Shuffling of footprints, or could be someone getting dressed, but no one says anything and no one comes to the door.
Knock again.
Yeah, wait a minute. Hear him getting changed again. Hear footprints coming up to the door, and it opens a crack. And you can see, comparative to the goblins downstairs, this guy is an orc, but has elongated features. Yeah.
We have a couple questions for you, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I was trying to sleep, but go on.
Would you just open the door, please? so we can have a proper conversation.
Oh, I'm a little bit on a state of undress.
Well, then get dressed, please.
All right. He shuts the door. You hear some footsteps shuffling away. You can hear
Zafira kind of just gives a side eye to the other two, like, this guy.
You hear some muffled talking on the inside.
Can't make out what he's saying, or is he just like mumbling like, "Oh, they woke me up, fuckers."
Give me a perception check with disadvantage as you try to listen in to what's being said.
I would say plus. It's the wrong sheet. I would love a plus 13 to perception. 12.
12. Do you speak Orc?
Yes.
Okay. You can hear
Came prepared.
Yeah. You can hear him saying in Orcish, "The fucking guards are here. What should I do?" And then you hear another voice, slightly quieter. "Go open the fucking door." Says, "I have done, and they've got questions. What shall I do?" "Put your fucking trousers on and open the door." "Right, okay." Then you hear more.
Like a wife and a husband.
It's gonna
More.
look at the other two, and just like with my hand, just like gesture. There's two in there. Just
That's got me thinking who's in this one then. So I'll just have a knock on the second door.
No response.
Hmm.
two bros chilling in the same room, 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
Yeah, you hear some shuffling. The door opens. Yeah.
And I'll walk up next to and just put my arm on the door for him.
Good morning.
Is that what time it is? Yeah. I was trying to sleep.
Mm-hmm. So, we've received a report that you took some goods from the town's baker last night.
What, someone's accusing me?
Well, it was described as two young, orcish fellas.
Oh, young, you say? Well, I don't eat fucking bread.
Mm-hmm.
Not even maggoty bread.
Not even stinking bread for 3 stinking days.
Right.
So you're
But-
saying you weren't the ones who got some baked good late yesterday?
No. Well, we was in the tavern. We had a drink and then came to the room, didn't we? Turns. The other one just shrugs and turns away.
Insight?
Yeah. On who?
Insight?
Which one?
The one that's talking to me.
Yeah.
18.
18, clearly lying, and he's got breadcrumbs on his shirt.
Also, she just kind of looks down at his shirt. So you don't eat bread.
It's dry skin.
I'm just gonna. hang on. Let me just do a roll for this. Yeah, that's a 3. I just burst out laughing. They're like, "Come on!"
What? It's dry skin. Look, I got an itchy chin.
Lying won't help you.
Well,
Be honest.
if that's the dry skin, it's either the wrong color or the bread was moldy.
Listen.
Come on.
And he just freezes up.
2 options. 1, pay what you owe, and that's that. 2, you come with us to the town guard, and you'll be staying in the cell.
All right. What do we owe?
So, according to what we've heard, you own the tavern keepers for staying 2 nights and 2 breakfasts.
Oh yeah,
Today
we've already
included.
paid that, haven't we? The other one shrugs and turns away again.
For fuck's sake. And
Oh, fucking useless you are!
you owe our townsbaker 2 silver pieces.
Oh, fine. Goes into his trousers, pulls one pocket out, inside out, there's nothing in there. Some more breadcrumbs. He's like, fuck. Turns his other pocket out and there's 7 silver. Says, you're going to have to help, you horrible shit. Holds his hand out. The other one gets up, walks over, kind of hands in his pockets with the old... Not trying to look at you guys, and holds out a gold piece. That's not enough! Goes in his pocket, takes out another gold piece. Say we're sorry, we didn't mean to nick anything, we had a drink. The other one elbows him. Fucking useless you are.
Well, you seem old enough to know better.
Yeah.
And you better not do it again, because we will be hearing about it.
I don't want to have to come and visit you again. And neither do you want me to.
Now, we're going to accompany you downstairs, you're going to pay the tavern keepers, and then we're going to take you to the baker, and you're going to settle up with him. And then you may go about your morning.
Can't you take it?
Do we look like couriers?
Fine. Go on then.
Walk of shame. Walk of shame.
Shame bong. Shame bong. See, the sheepish one keeps his hands in his pockets and just walks out. The other one's like, go on then.
Gonna head down the stairs towards the counter, towards the tavern keepers.
Meanwhile, Jin is just sort of leaning against like a post, drinking his juice.
Juice.
Pad their feet downstairs. Here.
Polite.
Here's the gold what we owes you. There you go. And Gorish walks up and takes it, bites it. Thank you.
See? Mana
Reaches
don't
out
cost anything.
to the other one,
A room for the
takes
night
it.
does.
bites it. Thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry, what we didn't pay. We was tired. Then they start shuffling towards the door.
I'm gonna lean into Shozan and just... Would you mind, like, whispering, would you mind staying here for a bit, see if the other one comes down?
I'll nod.
Not. Gonna head outside towards the bakers again. With the 2 young orcish chaps in tow.
Shame.
Who are probably dragging their
Shame. Oh yeah, absolutely dragging the feet. Like, comparative to the barefoot footprints of before, it's just like 2 lines in the sand. Haven't you got anything better to do?
What, other than our job?
It was only 2 silver.
Yeah, 2 silver to you is someone's hard-earned work.
That's true. Bread was nice.
There's rules and laws for a reason.
Yeah.
And you're not going to take advantage of someone because of their generosity.
All right.
Gonna go up to the bakers and hold the door open
Shame.
for them.
Shame.
After you.
They both shuffle in. Borland stood there with his kind of trying to make himself look big with his hands on his hips.
It's a fucking bugbear. He is big.
Well, yeah, but you know, before he kind of had that relaxed kind of, but now he's like,
Suck it in.
yeah. Well, see, we've got a couple of fresh customers, eh? Yeah, you could say that. Sorry. Well, I suppose you've had a telling from the guard. Yeah. They put 2 silver on the counter. Would you like any baked goods this morning? No, thanks. Both turn to look at you. Can we go now?
You
Have
can.
a very nice day.
Remember,
Still
though,
holds the door.
let this be a lesson. You may need our help in future. So,
Yeah. The mouthy one gives the other one a clip round the ear, and they both kind of run off.
Do I see anything happen with the door in the meantime on the top floor?
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile.
shibbidoo, shibbidoo, shibbidoo.
Shivadadoo.
love it when you split the pie.
And leave me on my own, which is also, yes.
Thanks, guys.
Please, fine.
Yes, whilst the
It's okay, you have your juice.
yeah,
I do have my juice.
power juice. My man's got his vitamin C for the morning.
I was saying, you've still got Gorid and Gorish.
That's true. A couple of goblin pals, yeah.
Yay.
Still throwing tomatoes.
Out of the door, walking proudly and standing on the balcony, leaning over, surveying the currently empty tavern. Looking down towards you, and you can't help but meet his gaze.
I will intently meet his gaze.
Yeah, a very familiar-looking orc,
Venom
wearing
wise.
not a full suit of armor. He's not woke up and gone full regalia, but he's got elements of kind of surveys the scene. Do you speak Orcish?
I do not.
You do not. You hear some words exchanged towards the goblins. They seem to have a slightly disgruntled tone, if you were to pick up on intent, at least.
Can I do an insight check?
You can
Unlike
insight it. You don't have to roll. He definitely looks to have expressed something. Didn't seem threatening or angry, more disgruntled. Could have been a "what's all this noise in the morning?" It wasn't a morning. It was definitely some kind of disgruntled expression. And then he goes back into his room, shaking his head, and then shuts the door.
Okay. I'll have one of my hands on my short sword, sort of
Okay.
like have it partly ready to go.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Give me a perception check.
Ooh. 21.
21. You notice, whilst keeping a track on, obviously you've kept this guy eagle-eyed. You notice that he seems to register that you've hand-on weaponed, and goes back into his room.
Okay. I'll simply turn to the 2 barkeeps. How much for the juice?
Don't worry about it. Juice in the morning for a guard, that's no problem. You're all right.
I insist. How much for the juice?
Just call it a silver then.
Take a silver out of my coin purse and put it on the table.
Thank you very much,
Have a
guard.
good day.
We'll try. You stand outside, wait a few minutes. It doesn't take too long for the rest of your unit to approach. You see in the distance the 2 orcs running in an opposite direction down the road.
I will have bought those 2 honey treats, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, knock off another 2 silver.
Nice. I hope you enjoyed your juice.
Juice in the morning is
Juice in the
healthy.
mornings. Indeed.
I
Do you
am
see
also
anything?
happy to report that our orcish guest does indeed match the description of our unwanted guest last night.
Mm.
Oh,
That is concerning.
Indeed.
Did they say anything or do anything or?
They mentioned something to the barkeeps, tavern keeps, in Orcish, so apologies, I did not understand. But he seemed disgruntled, maybe. He did make a noise, so maybe it was just a noise complaint.
Can you remember how they said the words?
Can I do like
Can
a
you do an
performance?
impression so I
Can I do
can
like a
tell you?
performance check?
You
to
can
see,
give
like-
me a performance, I'll say with disadvantage, because trying to, remember foreign words in the moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, you might nail it, so you can always
Ah.
try.
With disadvantage, you said.
Yeah.
He said his milk
That's a
was cold.
5.
5. It's a terrible impression, borderline offensive. But despite it being a terrible impression, and whilst trying to recall foreign words, you get a very vague sense of intent. Be it something about noise. So perhaps the thoughts were, the expression was a keep the fucking noise down.
Well, seems from what you've described, so I'm gonna call it. Seems he was just a bit annoyed at the noise,
Yes.
probably from us knocking on the doors and the two
Oh.
young.
oh, that
No,
was an
well,
attempt
they're
at
not young.
actual words. I thought you were choking.
We'll work on it.
I got the base information from it. But yes.
You'll have to work on it.
We can teach you if you need be.
Oh yes, that is true. We could teach you.
I might have to
Would be
take
useful.
lessons.
On that
Well,
note, I shall bring up that, again, above table, we are going to make use of the tutored skills stuff. I will share that to you all later on. But if there is any proficiencies, languages, tools, skills that you want to develop and work on as a character, you can learn a new skill up to your intelligence modifier with a minimum of 1.
Oh well.
Oh well.
I will explain the mechanics of it, but it's based on rolls over time. If you spend 4 hours a day practicing, you can make a roll. If you spend 8 hours a day, so it's for at least 4 hours practicing, it will cost 2 gold in materials cost equivalent of practice. If you spend 8 hours in a day, it's only 1 gold. And if you get someone to teach you, you get a reduced cost. I'll share all of the information, but you can learn new stuff should you so wish. Is the point? Rather than just saying you can teach him Orcish, you actually can if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll deal with that later. It is 8:15, so I will pause us for a short break before we get into anything else. Does anyone need any particular length of time, or we could just call it 15 minutes and come back at 12:30?
15
Sounds good.
15's good.
Okay, get a drink and some
Yep.
snacks or something. So we shall be back soon enough. Thank you to everyone that's been watching. We will see you shortly. Doodly doodly.
Adios.
We are back. Hi, friends.
Back
Hello.
again.
Hey,
We will see how this music situation goes and see if it continues. Vol 6 seconds late. Sorry. I'll remember this. Yeah, we've been trying to deal with audio issues, Vol, because it's yeah, Spotify keeps just stopping playing the music every so often, but it seems okay for now, touch wood. Anyway, so standing outside of the tavern, reflecting on the fact that you've just seen Orc Boy number 3, however you wish
Let's
to
go.
refer to him.
Let's go murder him.
Yeah, the remainder of the day is yours.
Were there any other tasks on the guard board?
No, there was no other listed tasks for today. You know that for the most part, guard duty is pretty simple, if not quite often slightly boring work. You do have quite an element of freedom to it. As long as you remain within the village limits, you can pretty much do whatever you want, as long as it's under the guise of patrolling, or like if you want to go investigate something, go check out how people are doing, visit people that you need to visit. You know, you can ultimately do whatever you want as long as it's you're patrolling and keeping the peace and seeing what's what. Yeah, being chilling for the most part.
I think one thing we should do is let Captain know of who else is staying at the tavern.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we don't really have anything to go on other than, well, shows on being very, very sure that this is the guy from our dream.
Very.
Well,
He's the guy that stabbed me multiple
Nope.
times.
yeah.
I guess we'll go back to the guardhouse then for now. Make a report.
Yeah,
Well, yes, we still need to make our reports from last night as well.
I'm gonna write him down, correct?
Yeah.
Might as well get that done.
So yeah, if we all split off, write our reports down, hand them in,
okay.
and then report to the captain about, yeah, our favourite guest.
Okay.
Looks like a plan.
So you make your way back across town into the guardhouse. You can see the captain of the guard is still sat there. He's got a fresh cup, it looks like, of this green steaming stuff. Every time he takes a sip, he kind of winces, but kind of enjoys it. It's that, I can't quite tell yet if it's nice or not, but it's probably good for me. But yeah, you all wander in. He doesn't speak up, he just acknowledges that you've come in. He nods.
Troll
Just-
reporting in.
Keeping yourselves busy? Anything to report?
Well, we dealt with the issue for Borlon.
Ah, fantastic. Yeah, if you could just put a note just underneath that on the sheet. Just add your names that you've dealt with that as a patrol, and yeah, we've not yet had any other reports, so seems like a quiet day.
Whilst it is quiet, we're going to get them reports done for you about last night as well.
Absolutely, yes.
Perfect time for it.
Parchment and quills in the side office. Yeah, take your time and get back out there. If you need anything, you know where I am.
I will take a quill and an ink pot, some paper, and find a place to sit for a moment.
Yeah, so as you go into the side office, it is mostly just office supplies. There's a desk with extra pots, parchments, quills. There's a couple of binders that have bits of information. It's usually where things would go for. You'd gather a binder and some parchment when you're going to make a report or a dossier on somebody. If you needed to take fingerprints or get a sketch of their. That's because it had paused again, Vol. What? I don't get it. It was fine all the way through the break, and now we're back. It's being a penis. But yeah, you get your parchment and stuff. You can find. You can either go up into the bunk rooms or go to the other side. So you've got the office. As you go through the doors, you've got the guard desk, captain desk. Left will be the office. Right would be like a kind of tables and chairs, and round the back then is where you'd take criminales, or you'd probably bring them in through the back door.
I'll sit somewhere where it's like almost like a purpose like writing desk, as it were. So
Yeah.
probably like at the office supplies area.
Yeah.
And then I'll apply my calligraphy skills to make a way too well written report, as I tend to do.
Yeah, absolutely. You write down the what happened. I won't, because of your calligraphy skills, I won't make you roll for it. But what I will say is for the rest of you three, unless any of the rest of you are proficient with calligraphy stuff, I'll say give me either performance or history at advantage to see how well you recall the events.
Uh,
17.
14.
Yeah, 17 as well.
Yeah. Whilst not absolutely perfect, so ultimately they are from everyone's perspective. You get what you remember, being woken up by Saphira, heading downstairs in a panic, getting ready, going outside, hearing the muffled screams, seeing the buildings ablaze, seeing the group of almost inanimate orcs, goblins, etc. Approaching them, no movement, no details, no defining features, engaging in a battle and ultimately being slaughtered very quickly, and then waking up. But between you all, you get basically the matching account of the dream.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll hand it back in at the captain, and I'll make a specific note that the primary orc as described in the armor has been identified as a current resident of the tavern during our engagement with the two other orc boys.
So he has a little bit of a read through them and kind of skims it mostly, but picks up on the fact that you're all list. Easy to pick up on the series of events in order. So you say it was the full moon, and you say this individual has been sighted in town?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite worrying. Do you think they could be scouting, or have you seen any other
Possibility.
familiar units from your dream or anything like that? Or
Particularly, no. It's too early to base our suspicions on assumptions.
okay.
We
Well,
could go have a chat with him, see what he's doing in town, but
That might arise suspicion.
yeah.
Have we worked out when the full moon is next?
I'm not too sure. I've not left my desk. I suppose the easiest way would be to pay attention to the moon at its peak tonight, and
Okay, I've just rolled a 19 on nature, if that helps.
Yeah,
For a rough-
save that. You say you've just rolled it now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll save that. We'll take that for tonight. Just keep the 19. We can maybe do a group one, but keep your 19. It's hard to tell during the day, but when the moon is out, we'll see how things fare.
Once we figured it out, Captain, I'd like to put my name down for the night shift that night.
Okay, absolutely, yes. It's can be arranged.
I will join him on that.
I agree on that motion.
Okay. Well, I shall note your reports and try not to let it play on your minds too much, but of course stay vigilant. So
Oh,
we don't want to spend ourselves worrying on what could ultimately just be dreams. We might be basing things on a full moon that could be in a few days, or it could be a future full moon. Who knows? So we've either got a few days or potentially months. So
I'll get prepared for either eventuality.
oh, of course. I will listen out for. I might do a pass. See if anyone else comes to me with any dreams, and we can certainly bolster the numbers. If it was only yourselves in the dream, perhaps that was because it was a dream. If we have a number of us on force, then things might turn the tide. But certainly trying to determine what it is, if anything, that they want.
Another suggestion, Captain, with the amount of buildings that were on fire during that dream, maybe have more barrels of water placed around the village as a preparation, just in case.
Picks up a quill and makes a note. Well, it's a good suggestion, Azura. Okay. If there's anything else, get back out there and hopefully finish the day quietly.
Captain?
Captain.
Nods to you all.
Well, I think I'll drop by the canteen, grab some bite to eat, and get back out.
Yeah.
Part of me wants to know why that guy's in the tavern. Really want to go in.
I mean, it is, but how much could we alert into what we know?
The tavern in question, is the trees overlooking it?
You know that the large autumnal tree is like quite a focal point in the village. Aside from the roof of the guardhouse, that's probably the highest point. If you were to climb that, you can see most of the village, if not all of it. And you remember, of course, as you're thinking about trees and vantage points, you remember that in the dream that tree was also on fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the tree in question that we saw, I don't know if we all want to go, but I just want to go have a look at it, see if anything's been messed around with it, or just see if it's normal as it should be.
Okay, good idea.
I'm munching down on some more bread. I'll just simply acknowledge.
We could make it look as though we're just doing a general patrol around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, easy enough.
It's like a bit. I would say just like a little bit of prevention, or is always better than scrambling at the time.
Yes, by the time you've had a light bite, a bit of a snack in the canteen, you can see that the captain is directing a couple of other guard-type friendos. You catch background conversation that he's directing them to head into the storeroom and fetch more barrels and start putting them near the nearby buildings. Nods to you all as you make your way back out the front. And you can see, as it was not too far away, that large autumnal tree. You head over to it, just for flavour. You can head back into Tailspire. Just to have a little look about. Just make it daytime.
That is cool, though.
Grab you guys. Bollocks. Come on now.
The buildings keep getting in the
I
way.
know.
Gonna burn them down.
That's it. These damn buildings out the way.
It was us redecorating all along.
So you make your way out. You can see the large autumnal tree.
Yeah, and just investigate around it. Like, does it look like someone's been chipping away at it, altered it in any way, or try to bury stuff, or just anything different out of the ordinary that shouldn't be there?
Okay. Give me an investigation check. And you can all do it if you want to.
Ooh,
Yeah, I will participate.
That would be a 22.
22.
That's an 8.
19.
I find leaves and acorns.
Yeah, around the surrounding area around the tree, there is not a lot. There is, of course, Chosen pays more attention to the leaves and the like that have dropped off. You can see, however, though, Scath, as you are paying the closest attention to it, there does seem to be the odd little scrape on the tree that would perhaps indicate that it has been climbed.
Okay. Climb the tree myself.
Okay, give me an athletics check.
Natural 20, so 24 in total.
Nice.
You skip on the tree.
Fantastic. You start to climb the tree.
Love it.
You get approximately. Can I please have control of my boy? Fucking hell. You get about that high up, and then you hear some rustling. Another 15, 20 feet up. Very quiet, very subtle.
Look up.
Yeah, give me a perception check.
Ooh, not as good. Only 15.
15. It's difficult, but ultimately paying close attention. In the midst of the trees, you can see that there is a small being trying its bestest to hide up the tree.
A small being.
A small goblinoid-looking being.
Is it green?
It is green.
Loud enough so the guys below me can hear me as well. Say up to the goblin. Come down.
Oh.
Glance up the tree, just
You right up there, Scarf?
There's a goblinoid up here.
Oh.
mm.
You heard him. Come down.
Do I get a response?
You don't get a response. Further tries to hide in the tree and scuffles a little bit higher up the tree.
I will continue to get closer.
Okay.
Drawing. Well, having my short sword and quick enough that I can grab it if I need be.
I was going to say, yeah, if you got to continue to climb, it'll be athletics or acrobatics. If you're drawing your sword, that'll give you disadvantage, obviously, having a blade in your hand.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to climb for the time being.
Okay.
But with my short sword just close by.
Yeah, I mean, it's ready to draw quick if you need.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, give me another athletics or acrobatics.
Ooh, 22.
22, yeah, you start to... Why can you not go higher? There, you're too close to the tree. Yeah. It's half movement while you're climbing, so you get another 15 feet up the tree. As you start to get closer, he will continue to climb as well, trying to get as high as he can. You notice that he's, as you're getting a bit closer and you're trying to get through the canopy, you can see he's wearing a slightly large satchel-like backpack that is cross-strapped affront him and clipped in the middle.
Right.
Doesn't appear to have any weapons on him. But isn't
Say
responding
again.
to your... Yeah?
Say again, in Goblin this time. Come down now, or I will use force.
Okay, as you say that to him, and now in Goblin,
Teaser.
he looks down and pays closer attention and looks a little panicked. He leaps from the tree and pulls a small cord
What a fucking parachute.
affixed to his backpack, and out of the satchel unfurls into a small paraglider, and
Oh my
he starts to glide at pace across the village.
Oh,
Try and hit him with a dart.
I was
Yeah,
gonna,
you can try.
I'm gonna pull my crossbow out and try to aim for the fabric or whatever it is.
Yeah, I'll say, yeah, if you
about
want
to say javelin, but then I realized the pharaoh is not that violent.
if you want to throw a dart and take a shot with your crossbow, it will be at disadvantage because it's happened quickly. He's just like flapped it out and he's going at pace. It's like a quick, like gliding. He's getting out of there.
It's a
that's
good job you
natural
said
one.
disadvantage. Yeah, because the first one was a nat 20,
Ah.
but the other one is what is it to? That's still a 19.
So I rolled a nat 1, which
Oof.
equals a 7.
Yeah, so you throw your dart and
Gone.
I'm going to say, when he does that...
am I gonna try and get that? That was an efforted throw. That's probably fucking long gone.
It's okay. It's going to come down on the other side of the village right as he's trying to land.
I'm gonna hear any screams.
Like COD trick shot across the map.
I was gonna say, Paige, when I see him like about to like leap off and do that,
Sniped.
how close am I to him at that point?
Yeah, like as you're scrambling up, you're still a good like 15, 20 feet away from him. You're scrambling, he's scrambling at the same time. And as you shout out, come down or I might have to use force in Goblin, he's like, nah, fuck it. And he just jumps out of the tree, realising that you're probably not going to stop coming after him.
I don't think this will work, but I'll say I'll try and shoot him with my longbow, but it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it'll be disadvantage for you as well. You can still take a shot.
Yeah, we'll go for it.
We've got a 19, which is going to hit him, but I'll get to that if you want.
I'm not aiming at him, though. I'm aiming at the hang glider thing.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a 13.
13. In this instance, yeah, you're up a tree, you're trying to hold on through the canopy. As he's quick, it whiffs. The 19 will hit it. You don't have to roll damage. It doesn't destroy it. It does shorten his trajectory as he has to readjust. But he is ultimately...
As you guys are shooting at him, I will dash after him.
Okay.
And then I'll start following suit after taking the shot.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to scramble back down the tree.
Yeah. I'll say give me athletics with advantage, just to make sure you don't completely fluff it and fall. But it is going to take you some time.
Can turn my light on real quick.
So that was a 5 to get down the tree.
5
with advantage.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus. Okay. In that case, you are going to fall, and we will measure it from where you were.
Oh God.
So that's 26 feet. So we'll just do it the 2. So you fluff it, and you will take 6. Max rolled it. 6 and a 1. Max and a min. You take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as you're like, no, trying to get down quick.
Ooh.
Hit the deck.
Oh,
I made it down.
just
I'll be with you in a second.
I will saunter forward and help him back up.
Yeah.
Broke anything?
Bear with me.
Just a bit winded. But you are back on your feet. Yeah, Zafira has dashed away. Azura, you dash after her. I will say, give me... it would have been a disadvantage investigation, but because the 2 of you are there, I'll say you can both roll a flat investigation. You're trying to follow him, but because you're going through buildings and stuff, it's difficult to try and get there. You're just heading in a trajectory kind of way. You don't know if he's turning
19.
Okay.
17.
17. You follow the trajectory as the best as you can. You get to where you guesstimate he would have landed. You find a dumped paraglider backpack. But no goblin.
Any footsteps? Any tracks?
Yeah, give me another investigation to try and follow the tracks. If you find any.
I will assist if you want to take advantage.
Yeah.
Okay. 15?
15. You do find some tracks, but you get the vibe that you don't get a direct bead on him. You can follow the tracks. Whether you will get to him or not, you're not quite sure.
Yeah, we'll follow.
Okay.
As best as possible.
Yeah. Hearing some commotion, a couple of people come out of a couple of houses and they start looking around and wondering what's going on. It's always excitement when they see Townsguard sprinting across the village. It takes you... how long are you willing to look for?
As long as it takes.
Yeah, as long as it takes or until we lose the track.
Yeah.
Okay, so you start following tracks for a good half hour before you find a small group of goblins and bugbears kind of chilling in a park-ish area. Give me perception check as you approach them. Do you two want to have followed suit?
I'll try.
Yeah.
I'll help
Eh.
Scaff sort of like move
A,
along.
a 16.
Perception 21.
Yeah, you all kind of... It's taken them about half hour to follow the tracks. You converge together and approach this park as a group. You have a look over the group. At first glance, you can't see that particular goblin. But there is a small group of goblins and bugbears. If you want to approach them, they don't necessarily look familiar, but you don't know every single face in town. So,
Well, before I do anything else, I'm going to turn and have a look at Scaff.
I'm going to say, can I just do like a bit of a medicine roll on myself? Try and get some hit points back.
so you can't gain hit points with a medicine check because you don't have a healer's kit or the healer's feat. You could do a medicine check to determine how injured you are, for example, or you could do a medicine check on a unconscious comrade to stabilize them. But yeah, you can't gain hit points through medicine checks, unfortunately.
But sir, you have a paladin.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
What happened to you, friend?
It's easy going up because you can see where your feet are and your claws are. Coming down is...
Oh, I see.
I wondered what that noise was.
Here, let me help you, friend. She just approaches, one hand on her only symbol, the other one on his shoulder, and I'm gonna heal the full 5 HP that I can.
Yeah, you have that moment of just after
Is it
last
gonna work?
night's dream, but with confidence, and after that calming feeling that you had this morning, as expected. You get that cooling feeling that passes through your arm, and your hand glows very subtly. And you restore those 5 hit points.
Thank you.
Know your
Anytime, my
limitations,
friend.
Scaff.
Say that again, sorry.
Know your limitations, Scaff. Don't
I just
jump
need to
down.
I just need to sharpen my claws to dig in that little bit better to come down.
5 with advantage.
fat
Is
him.
rough.
I think we should
So,
question these lot because
there's no need for goblins or anyone to be sneaking around in trees.
oh, absolutely not.
Give me a history check when you say that. Anyone that wants to.
9.
I got a 2.
9 plus
Sorry, what are we rolling?
12.
History.
History.
As a history, yes, okay. I zoned out a bit. 9.
Yeah, yeah, none of them rolls are high enough. It was a goblin in a tree. Hard to pinpoint whether you recognise them or not. It all happened pretty quickly.
Can I do like a perception check of the group of goblins and bugbears
Yeah.
to see if any of them have like any sort of like tinkering things with them?
Yeah?
Could have maybe made like a paraglider.
Yeah, give me a perception.
Nope, I'm blind as a bat. It was a 2 plus 3 is a 5.
I ain't seen anything.
Yeah, looking out for what they're carrying, they don't seem to have a lot. What you do notice, though, in fairness, you do recognise that one of the other goblins does have a similar, if not slightly smaller, backpack.
I'll point it out to the group.
How many of them is there?
There are 3 goblins and 2 bugbears.
Right. Yeah, I think it's best go up and question these.
I will release my hand from my short sword, which I always sort of like hold down as I walk.
Yeah.
And I'll try and exude calmness as I walk forward towards the group.
Okay.
I'm not gonna walk up directly to them. I'm just gonna sort of walk off the side, almost to try and get around the other side of them in case anyone decides that they want to try and run.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll have my bow like on me, but not drawn.
Yeah. Tefera?
I will approach with Shozan.
Cool.
What language do bugbears speak?
Roll me a nature check.
Bugbarian.
10.
10, not sure. Common, honor, hope, and an assumption.
As I approach, I get close. I'll make like a slight bow, and first in common, and I'll repeat it after that in undercommon. I will apologize for taking their time. Have you seen a goblin come running recently? I'll sort of gauge their reactions.
Yeah. Give me an insight check.
15.
15. You're looking over them. You see they all kind of look at each other and they're all kind of smirking. They seem all pretty calm and chilled. They look at each other. I mean, it's goblins running about. Just look at each other.
I will straighten my back a little bit, and I'll more sternly. I'll look at the one with the similar looking backpack. Are you sure in the last 5 or so minutes you have not seen anyone join your company?
Oh, well. Unless you recognise any of us, it's not seeing anyone else. What's it to you?
If you've not seen anyone else, I would implore you to relinquish your backpack for inspection, please.
Oh.
And I will move my hand back to my short sword.
What do you want my backpack for?
The person that was running was previously in possession of a similar looking backpack, which unfurled into a peculiar device that might have been used recently in a action against the local law.
Ah, criminals, eh? Well, I suppose I could let you look at my backpack. He kneels down as if to go to take off the backpack. And then he 2 palms handfuls of sand. And he's going to dash them at you and then turn to run.
Can I try to react with an acrobatics check to see if I can quickly enough grab?
Yeah, give me a dexterity saving throw to dodge the sand. You too, Saphira. Should you so wish.
And
Acrobatics.
seeing that, I will start to close in on him from the opposite direction.
18.
Does he actually know I'm there, by the way?
I'm also an 18.
I'll say give me a stealth with advantage, Biggie. The advantage being that they weren't paying attention to you. It's less that you're trying to hide stealth, more just to not be obvious.
How the fuck do I have a +3 to stealth? I'm gonna take it. That's a 17.
Okay.
I'm a big old stealthy boy.
Stealthy boy. Sorry, what were your dex saves?
Dex safe, you said.
Yeah.
I thought you
That's
said
18.
acrobatic. Yeah. 16 then.
Yeah, Zafira, you've always got your shield ready. You kind of just shield up, sand hits the shield. You're like, the fuck was that? Shozan, you're just like,
Brother, ew.
Brother,
and he's like,
Ew.
little goblin
I hate
footprints trying to
sand.
run away. He turns and he runs. All the other goblins, like, they're kind of just looking a bit befuddled.
Fuck.
He turns and he runs.
Do I manage to grab him?
You don't manage to grab him. The deck save was to dodge the sand. But he just
in
runs
Goblin.
straight into Azura.
I was going to say, when he starts to run,
Tonk.
I've just got my foot out in front of him, waiting for him to just run into my foot.
Yeah, go on,
I
Scott.
say in Goblin, when I see him run, I'm going to say to the others, you run, I shoot. Intimidating them a bit, like,
Yeah.
don't even dare try it.
Yeah, give me an intimidation check.
Natural 20 on that.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, they
believe
were
ya.
all. None of them seemed like they were on edge or anything. But as you say that, they're all just like, kind of look down, hands up. Yeah, I don't want any trouble. But yeah, this other one, like, looking over his shoulder, seeing the sand throw, and he's just like, bumps into his aura, falls over. Ah, fucking leg.
This is where you cooperate. No snarky remarks, and you answer our questions clearly.
Just imagine Azora just picks him up.
Yeah, literally
Hands.
one hand right on his like that, and just pick him up like a baby. Right, come on.
I will gingerly walk up. You could just have listened.
You could have fucked off.
Just doing our duty.
It's just swinging. And you get the vibe that because he's kind of been held up by his scruff, he can't, and this backpack on's a bit weighty, and he can't.
Slap some manacles on him.
Stop resisting. Taser.
Yeah, slap some manacles on him. Yeah. So he's now like, put me down.
Uncomfortable. Oh. Well, I suppose we'll bring him in for questioning.
That seems easier.
No, just leave me
You know where
here.
to be, do you?
No, that's all right. Just leave me here. Take my backpack.
Why would we do that?
Oh, yeah, it's quicker. Just take my backpack.
Much nicer talking to you than looking at your backpack. So, let's go to the guardhouse. Shall we?
Just carry him across town.
Besides, I'm curious now.
What about
like-
these lot?
He can't even.
We're taking this lot in as well.
Perhaps just
Nothing to do with us.
Quest.
Looks like they weren't like bothered when we first showed up, right? If I
Yeah, they were all
remember
just.
character
They were all hanging about. Just
Just try to blend in.
Yeah, I don't think they have anything to do with this little
I'll just nod to him as I'm
skittish
walking off
man.
with
With this little skittish one.
I'll just nod and thank you for your cooperation.
Yeah, I've never met that guy before.
Have a good afternoon, citizen.
Must have been the wind.
No lollygagging.
Move along, nothing to see here.
Yeah, so you carry him back across town. Takes you a good 10-15 minutes just carrying him while he's starts saying
He
somewhat
keeps going meh.
unsavoury things in Goblin. I shan't repeat them, but it's very unsavoury, as you could imagine. And you carry him across town, as you know to do. Go round the back of the guardhouse, in through the reinforced door, and into the back. There's 4 barred cells. Easy enough. You've all, up as part of your guard accoutrement, you've all got keys for the cells as needed. Easy enough to unlock a cell and dash him in.
Right. Let's get this backpack off, shall we?
Yeah, easy enough. It's just like a kind of buckle clip at the front. Undoes the straps. Meant to be like a kind of quick release, as you'd imagine, so it's easy enough to undo. Take the backpack off him.
Curious. Seen anything like it before?
Yeah. Let's take this upstairs where they've got a bit more light and just let this one sweat it out. Hopefully we don't get any more murderers to put in the cells alongside him tonight.
It'd be most unfortunate.
It would.
Maybe I will keep him busy and company instead.
Give me just intimidation.
At a promise or a threat?
Both roll one or what if you want.
So 16.
17.
You get the vibe. His demeanour changes a little bit from his sweary, befuddled, annoyed thing. He kind of shuts up a bit and goes a little bit sheepish in the cell, defeated, knowing he's been apprehended. Sits down on the bedroll in there.
Okay.
Right, take this into the other room where they've got more light and got a big table. We can have a look at it. And...
Yeah.
Is there like a guard that's sort of like in charge of the cells?
Yeah, there's another guard in there.
Okay.
He kind of writes down Goblin afternoon. It's like a kind of loose time. He was up. You know, it's hard to get exacts of time in the old fantasy universe, but you know.
I'll sort of like nudge into him and like make sure he's like fed and has some water.
Nods.
Just to let you know, we did not actually check him for weapons yet. So you might want to do that.
Yeah. I can do that while you're here. It'd be
Yeah, I
Pat you down. You have anything that'll poke me?
poke sticker. You can see he's pretty much loincloth and mantle. He's not got a lot to him. Similar to the other goblin up the tree, he just had this backpack. You get the vibe that they're more, if anything, they're like scouty boys. They're not really carrying any weapons to be as light as possible, should the need for paraglide be met.
The Goblin Glider.
Goblin gliders, mate. Send them into battle.
Sneaky buggers.
That's it. Yeah, so he's not got any weapons or anything. Just loincloth in it. Yeah, you go
Have a look at this
next
backpack.
room, take the backpack in. Easy enough to unfurl. You get the vibe as you inspect it. I won't make you roll. It's got a small cord on the side that you kind of lightly pull to see the mechanics of it. That once you pull the cord, it unfurls the front flaps. The flaps are all folded in on each other with the cord tied. So when you pull the knot, the flaps open, and then the kind of on springs arms of the paraglider flap out. The bar locks in. Grab the bar, zip away. It's the wings are kind of in 3 segments. You've got like the fold, then you've got the main bulk, and then the tips, and they all flop out into 3 and then lock once they're all extended. But it is, as expected, another glider.
Effectively, how hard and how rare is it to get a Goblin Glider?
I won't make you roll. Whilst they're not very common, this kind of like crafted technology is becoming slightly more common in this day and age. You can tell it's very rudimentary, and it does seem, if any instances have been noted of it before, whilst you guys probably haven't seen one face to face, you've probably heard of them. They are definitely goblin gliders. You know, you don't get like ogre gliders or anything massive. You know, they are little
Yeah.
light boy, quick and nimble, and it's either thin leather to make up the wingage amongst wooden construction.
Yeah. Because it was just more like asking about like if the gliders have a specific mark of a trade that somebody stamped it with that we could potentially trace back.
Give me an investigation check in that case, then.
13.
13, it takes you a bit of time, but because you've got this purpose of trying to find a designated mark, you kind of slightly take apart the build and check the inside of the backpack that it's in. And on the inside of the backpack, you see there is a Eagle Cliff crest. Kind of lightly embossed into the inside leather of the backpack.
Would we know anything associated with that?
Knowing the map, you know that Eagle Cliff is the
Way up north, right?
the orcish. It's like Midlands, orcish,
Yeah.
goblin-y, ogre-y, you know, that area.
Hmm.
For them to be so far down here,
Bit out of
that's
place.
curious.
Mm-hmm.
With everything that's been going on last night and today with the guy in the tavern, I don't believe in coincidences when they add up this too many times.
Agreed.
Something's not right here.
We need to
Definitely.
report this quickly.
And the thing is, the guy we've got down in the cell and then at the other room still had his backpack. Where's the other guy?
And how many others are there as well?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we need to guess where the other guy went. Much like we are reporting, I'm guessing he will.
Yeah.
As a little above table note, if you wanted to, Azura and Zafira, if you wanted to have gathered that other backpack when you found it, that's fine. We didn't stipulate you did, but yeah, if you want to have gathered that one as well, you can bring them both in, compare them, you know, they are the same vibe. You find the crest on the other one as well.
How long of us?
One goblin.
Yeah, so how long we're going to give our friend downstairs time to sweat for, huh?
About the night, I'd say. I've made sure he was fed and had something to drink.
The other goblin, who do you reckon he's gone to report to? The guy in the tavern? Or someone else?
That is very...
Because we could go back to the tavern, speak to Goran and Gorish, see if anyone has entered number one's room other than the gentleman that we saw.
I think that might tip our play. The orc seemed able to intimidate easily. And Goran and Gorish, skittish at best.
Pidge, is there anyone in the village who is not so, let's say, a bit of a ne'er-do-well, who is also quite intimidating, that might be known to us guards?
You can go and investigate the dossiers if you want. If that's your kind of vibe. I wouldn't say anyone just pops into your head, but if you want to check recent dossiers of people who might have been brought in or whatever, you're welcome to do so.
What I was basically going to look for is anyone that might be willing to do us a favour.
Okay, yeah. If you want to go spend some time having a quick flick through the dossiers, give me an investigation check. I'll say with advantage because you're going to spend some time to, with purpose, have a flick through.
Oh, well, in that case, with advantage, that is a 19.
19, yeah, it takes you 15, 20 minutes of having a flick through. You pick up on, like, most crime, if anything, is similar to, like, someone's nicked 2 silvers worth of bread. It's not as if it's, like, hard crime in Salgard. You do pick up on a guy that took up residence in one of the small huts on the outskirts of the village. Keeps to himself. He's less of a... He's not really a criminal, but a dossier was made on him because some people used to... I wouldn't say bully, but people weren't too kind to him. And much like Horak, he turned one of them into an ashtray with his forehead.
Yes.
So it was noted that...
This is a descendant of Horak.
He's not, he's not a criminal, but he had a dossier because he was brought in for the night because he's ultimately fucked this guy up. Justified, some might say, but nevertheless, yeah. He is a tiefling. Whether he is a descendant of Horak, who knows? But yeah, he's a large tiefling fellow. Keeps to himself. Doesn't have any horns. Likes to headbutt people that piss him off.
Have we got a name for him?
We'll have to find out.
There was no
We'll
name
have to find
given.
out if it can be a descendant of Horak. We'll have to see if Horak loses his balls.
We'll see.
At some point during the campaign or not.
Yeah. No horns, no name given. Kept to himself. Only answered questions absolutely necessary. More just wanted, to be left alone. And
I'm just wondering if he'd like to do a favour for a few gold.
We'll have to go find him.
I'm just going to mention it to you. Remember that tiefling a while back we had in the cells that time?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering if he might be willing to just spend the night in the cell with that, or can just see if you can just get him to talk.
Spend the night in the cell with a goblin.
You know the reputation he has. He's quite a. He was quite intimidating that night when we had him, knowing what he did to that poor fella.
Well, wasn't right what he did, but they kept poking fun at him, so.
Yeah.
It's having shown him the kindness of being fed in a prison.
It's worth asking.
I mean,
whether
he's not one of us, so he might be willing to talk more with him.
I'm not sure a couple of gold would cut it, but it's worth asking.
Yeah, might pay him a visit. And if accidents do happen in jail cells as well, I did mention it to him that it'd be a shame if a murderer got brought in.
Well, let's not encourage such a notion.
Oh no, I'm not going to get him to do that. I just
It's not a way to go about it.
You saw what happened in the dream.
I'm not sure that I agree. We put someone in there who doesn't deserve to be in there, even if we.
No, I'm going to ask him as a favor for
it.
payment.
Yes, even still, I'm not entirely sure I agree with this notion.
I just don't want what happened in the dream. Or any info I can get. Really.
Let's not take any unnecessary risk or threaten to besmirch your reputation.
Give him a night in the cell. See how he does in the morning.
Keep it as a Yeah.
Can always go and take him for a walk.
Like that's better.
Just
Oh,
stare at
a
the flowers.
friendly walk.
Saphira just sighs.
Yeah, I think letting him stew in the cell overnight will be the best bet. And then maybe as not direct in relation, but when we're off duty, we could go to the tavern and see what happens
Mm.
Could
if
go for some more
anyone
juice.
turns up, because we're not on duty then, we're just
We'll
at the
just
tavern.
get some more juice. Right, let this goblin sit in a cell for the night. We'll see if he talks, if he's willing to talk in the morning. And looking.
We'll get juice.
So we're looking outside. Is what time is it? What's it looking like?
It's early afternoonish.
Well, looks like we have a couple more hours to go.
Yeah.
So let's
Mhm.
You
get
should
back out
report to
there.
the captain.
Oh yeah.
I will walk to the captain, report, tell him about the backpacks and the symbols inside the backpacks. And that we're missing one goblin and we have one in custody.
So he nods and starts making notes. Eagle Cliff technology. Interesting.
Crafty buggers.
So you found a goblin up a tree. Proceeded to fly away. You found another just hanging around in the park with one of these backpacks. I think they might be a bit more, I don't know, secretive, or maybe he was being a bit bold and didn't anticipate a patrol to come over. Yeah, keep an eye on it. Did you get a description of the other goblin so you can keep an eye out for him?
Well, we didn't really get a close look at him.
Yes, he was.
Stat map.
What can I remember seeing much of him, or
Yeah, I mean, favourably, a lot of goblins do look quite similar. It's mostly length of ears, nose, and facial features that tend to differentiate them. If you put a group of goblins in a crime line, it'd probably quite hard to reasonably pick them out unless you had, like, that guy has only got one eye, or that guy's missing half an ear. You know, unless it was something specifically different, they all do look quite similar. But yeah,
Casual goblin racism.
casual. With the defining things would be like the other. He was loincloth in it, like the other one, and they both were wearing like a deep red-ish mantle, like hooded mantle-y thing.
so yeah, give that description of that's what we're wearing, similar to that. And the coincidence can't be that we've had this dream and all this is now starting to happen.
No, I agree. It is perturbing and needs monitoring.
Or it has
Which-
been happening and we're only now starting to note.
Which makes me believe it will be this next full moon.
Potentially. Well, I have sent out for barrels of water to be filled by the wells. So if you find yourselves with some free time and wouldn't mind helping with that, that'd be wonderful. Yeah. Beyond that, keep me posted and see what the rest of the day brings.
Yep, we've got a few more hours on shift, so we'll go help with barrels and whatnot.
And I'll make my leave. Probably biting on some hardtack I found somewhere.
Yeah. Snackies, no problem.
As we're like going to help with the barrels, I'm not sure if we're all going to the same well or if we're going to different ones, but just bring up again. So have you boys been thinking about whether or not you would want to leave Saugard to investigate this further should we have to.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think?
I'm
Judy
more than
commands
happy
it.
to go and investigate.
I'm torn. I really want to find out what's going on. What could potentially cause this, but part of me also wants to be here to defend the village. This is my home.
No reason we can't do both.
Well, see, I agree that we should go out and venture out should the need arise. But I'm also a bit, well, not exactly concerned, I would say. Just aware that we are, while we make a great team, I would say, we are just 4.
Yeah.
And, well, on my way to Saugard, well, it was quite a journey. Well, I always traveled with a group. It was always, it was more than 4, but, it was, not an easy journey to make. So if we're going to be traveling this great continent, I'm just, I have some, well, concerns, worries.
Understandable.
It
It's
is wise to be cautious.
agreed.
Pitch, would we know what the total complement of the guardhouse here is? How many?
There's about 20 guard altogether. There are usually 2 groups, at least, of 4 or 5 that run the day shift. They tend to rotate around the village. So there's always 8, at least 8, or between 8 and 10, for the day shift and the night shift, and then you've got the captain.
Yeah, so the impact of 4 people going out on a scouting run isn't insane.
No, I mean, there's always especially with the nature of things, as I explained before, because of the changing of the guilds, number guards have gone up, where adventurers have lost access to the guilds and become guards, just to keep themselves in work. So it's reasonable to say if you were to want to leave the village, it wouldn't have a huge impact, or you could be not replaced, but you know what I mean. There's other people who could take up post.
A number is large enough for us to be missed, if that is your worry.
Well, I worry more about the 4 of us. Should we leave the safety of Saugard?
Keep a level head, we'll be fine.
I mean, each of us has our skills. We can keep
2.
each other safe.
We are a good team, and since it seems that we all agree that we would be willing to leave, should the need arise, I will gladly travel with you.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
me too.
It would be my honor.
And that is settled. We can report that to the captain when we get back.
Now then, barrels.
Barrels.
Barrels for the prevention, just in case.
Yeah, so gathering barrels mostly from the storeroom. It depending on how much of the village you want to make these preventative measures for. will determine how much time. You do have the other guards on the day shift are helping as well, those that that were spoken to before. Reasonably, if you want to cover the most of the village, it will take the rest of the day. There are a number of wells. There tends to be a well in each of the. Whilst it's not a direct square, there's a well in each corner and a well in the centre of the village. So whilst moving these barrels is one job, filling the barrels will probably take a couple of trips between you all. So reasonably, to cover a lot of the village will take the rest of the day.
Unless anything else comes up, I don't think we've got anything better to do. Let's get our hands dirty.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you could all roll me a percentile, please.
Ooh.
I like how everyone just went, ooh.
Ooh, percentiles.
Ooh, a percentile. Ooh, 92.
99.
Shit.
What the fuck?
92.
Nice.
48.
Hey.
Yeah, the high majority of the village is done. It takes you the rest of the day, but you're quite confident that, like, without necessarily putting a barrel next to every single building in the village, there's at least a barrel near enough of the village that if, fires were to break out across the village, there's nearby water enough to cover the high majority of the village. Part of you can't help but wonder why this kind of preventative measure wasn't thought of before in a landscape that is quite dry and whatever, but you don't necessarily fear fires coming up all the time. It's not as if there's a fire brigade. It's just town guard, and until you had this stream of buildings on fire, it's become a noted preventative measure. So because of that, and because of the decision made to do so, you can all have a point of inspiration.
Ooh.
So make a note of that. Inspiration.
There is an inspiration box
inspiration
on
box.
your.
Yeah.
What does inspiration do? Someone who's never
Basically,
got
when
it
you
or
roll,
used it
I
before.
think an attack or a save.
Any D20 roll, you can use your inspiration to re-roll it, but then of course you have
Ooh.
to take the new roll.
Okay.
But
Okay.
It's one free re-roll.
Nice. That's cool. Okay.
We can bank them? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
You can bank inspiration because there is only one box on the sheet. I'd recommend making maybe a separate note somewhere. You can bank them if you earn them in other ways, but only one inspiration can be used per long rest.
It does say on the inspiration thing, if you bring it up, you either have inspiration or you don't. You cannot stockpile multiple inspirations for later use.
Yes, but it is my game, so fuck that. You can stockpile them, but you can only have one. You can only use one per long rest. So it's not like, oh fucking hell, I've got 10 inspiration to try to get a perfect roll. You can.
It's not quite Baldur's Gate, but
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm not. If you earn them, I'm not going to be throwing them out like candy. But if you reasonably earn them, you're not going to miss out on them because you've still got one. But yeah, you can only use
cool.
one per long rest. So
I like that. That's awesome.
okie dokie. Yeah, the sun starts to go down after a successful afternoon's water barreling.
Good.
I'll do my evening forms as the sun goes down. Yep. Of note, it's about the only time you guys see me taking out the longsword.
Yeah, as a pointer note, while we're all at it, and because we haven't really done it, if you all just want to take a couple of minutes above table to just give a bit of a description of you guys, what you look like, what you carry, and that kind of vibe. What your character's about to give us more of a visual. That'd be cool.
Sure. Kick it off, people want.
Yeah.
All right, so Chosen Jin is, as stated, a hobgoblin. He has some facial scarring that you guys know about, and if any of you ever sort of like seen me on like get dressed or undress, you'll know that my body is mostly covered in sort of like recovered scarring, suggesting intense training in the past. Um, he always carries two swords. Only one he uses in combat, which is the short sword. The long sword only comes out in the training sessions that he does every morning and every evening before doing anything else. And he follows an unknown but strict code of honor that he sometimes alludes to. That's Shozan in a nutshell. Or Shozan
Nice.
Jin, I should say. Shozan is his family name and Jin is his actual name.
Biggie?
All right.
Azura is a rather tall, nearly, well, just around 6'10". He's got deep blue scale skin, but his horns have almost a gem-like quality to them, adhering back to his background as a gem dragonborn. It's he is got a simple outfit of being a barbarian, of like almost like just some like belt straps across his chest, and he carries a great axe, just a simple one, being a town guard. He's doesn't really know much about his background because he was found as an egg in the village. He'd been abandoned. So he doesn't know who his parents are, and he was raised by a lizard folk family in the village. Decided to join the guard to try to prove to himself that he can be of worth to someone or anyone. Yeah, that's Azura. Simple, just trying to get on.
Nice. Dwarf?
Yeah, as we found out, Scaff is a lizard folk ranger, 6 foot in height. He is not heavenly set, but he is well toned, with a dark green skin color, blue eyes. Doesn't wear armor because scales is better than armor. But what he does is like he wears shoulder piece, what comes over chest, with that ranger hood, 2 short swords at bottom of his back, with a longbow.
Nice. Lucy?
So, Zafira is a dragonborn, a paladin, as I said. She looks kind of sort of brown beigeish, but if you look closely, her scales do have a blue shimmer to them. She has told the group that she's from a small village in the northern mountains, and journeyed all across the continent of Kerecekian and eventually ended up in Saugard. She carries an emblem as a holy symbol of Kerecekian, and she'll sit with it in the evening, just sort of holding both her hands over it. Seems not in a trance, but with her eyes closed, seems to be concentrating on it, and just sits in silence with it for a bit every evening.
As most did an actual physical description, which I forgot. Jin is average height. He's not particularly tall, not particularly tiny. He's reasonably well built due to his training. Has a bushy black beard, which hides one of his scars on the side of his face, and wears no armor except for just a very simple leather, reddish leather jerkin, pretty much, with some very utilitarian pants that have like a belt which have the blades attached to them. Helps know what I look like, you know?
Yeah. Lovely.
Awesome.
So yeah, does his evening forms. You all kind of gather back at the guardhouse for the end of your shift. Explain to the captain that, of course, you've sat out the barrels. You've successfully helped the other units. Most of the villages got now this water preventative measures in place. You retire for your evening's meal at the ring of the bell, signifying the upcoming change of the shift into the evening and the night.
Are we wanting to go to the tavern and kind of just mill about, have a couple of drinks, see if we can gather any information from the orc that is staying in that room?
And as you mentioned before, speak to the owners, see if anyone else came in.
Yes, and even if we shouldn't find anything, I'm sure it'll be a lovely evening with all of you. So let's head out.
Yeah.
Juice.
Juice.
Time for some juice.
Adult juice?
Yeah.
No, just juice.
Spicy juice.
Spicy juice.
Spicy juice. Brown
Yeah.
water.
You all note off your names on the change of the shift. Friendly nods to the captain as you take off your uniforms and don your casual gear, still maintaining whatever equipment you wish to take with you. But as you know, as is the allowance, thinking of the nature of carrying arms and armour generally, there's not a huge amount of ruling on it, but the general populace kind of don't tend to wear armour and weaponry during the day, whilst anyone's entitled to for protection and the like. Kind of even you off-duty guards tend to still have your arms and armour, because at the end of the day, if you see a crime while you're off duty, you can still act on it, so you still have your papers on you, certified Kerecekian guard, so should you need to badge flash, so to speak, you have those. But yeah, you head out of the guardhouse, quiet as the temperature drops, but it never goes below that comfortable warm. Sand quietly blowing across the stones of the path. You make your way back across town as a group off duty back towards the tavern. As you get there, the door is open. They tend to keep it open along with the windows to let air circulate. You can hear noise on the inside.
Just before we get into the tavern, has the moon come out at this point?
Give me a perception check.
14.
14. It's on its way up. It wouldn't necessarily, you can't say it's at its peak, so to speak. The old midnight glance. It's definitely not full looking, but I suppose it's hard to tell. You did have your 19 before. We'll probably use that if you want to have a final look before you will go to bed later. To get a better vibe at kind of how it's looking.
But yeah, going to the tavern and whatnot.
Yeah, as you approach the tavern, you can hear gentle conversation, mostly common. The odd prangs of goblin can be heard in there. People just having a casual drink, relaxing. There is a bard in the corner. Another bugbear wearing an outfit that is a bit too tight for him. But it's like puffy shoulders, a doublet, kind of yellow and blue striped, trying to give this air of performing uniform, but you can tell that he likes a drink, so it's fitted, quite well fitted, maybe a little too fitted, bless him. But he's just strumming away on a lute. Nothing hard. He's not singing. He's just a little bit of ambiance in the corner.
How well's he playing?
Yeah, fair. It's it's not like he's not a rock star. He's not going to be pulling in millions of views on YouTube. But he's it's nice. It's a nice ambiance in the background.
He's like a YouTube cover of a song that has like 1,000 views or something.
yeah. He does well. He's a good bard, but yeah. You see Gorin and Gorish are behind the bar, just pulling the odd pint. Not really paying much attention. Due to copyright laws, it's called MeTube in Terrafae.
MeTube?
TerraTube.
TerraTube.
TerraTube?
TerraTube. TerraTube
Yep.
competition.
Go up to the bar and order a drink for us all, depending on what we want to drink. Juice.
You know someone wants juice.
I'll take spicy juice.
Well, it depends on what they have. Do they have
Milk.
wine?
Yeah, there's wine behind the bar. There's some draft beers.
Does the Fairbank Special still exist?
Give me a perception checks as you look at bottles behind the counter.
Does it exist? No, I'm not turning into an alcoholic. It's okay. Perception, you said 12.
12. You look at the bottles of wine, and none of them seem to have distinguishing labels on them that you can see from behind the bar.
I'll just take any. It's just a red wine.
Yeah, you...
milk for me, please.
Milk,
What?
spicy juice, normal juice, and a wine. You looking at Gorin and Gorish, they don't look at you and go, the guards from this morning. They're just absent-mindedly, almost as if they just don't recognize
Same shit,
you.
different day.
Yeah. But yeah, they... Oh, Jesus. Thank you, Wolfdog. Much appreciated, friendo. The old lurk from work. I want to hear the bot say that, actually. Exclamation mark, lurk from work. Brilliant. Thanks, Wolfdog. Yeah, they kind of just get you drinks orders and they're kind of arguing amongst themselves. Pour the drinks quicker. It's like, go check the food. And, Gorish has still got that apron covered in juice. It's now dried. Yeah, you get your drinks served.
Guessing we'll like grab a table or something.
Yeah, you look around into the area. Most of the tables are taken. There's standing space. It's like leaning mantles around the edges. There's a booth at the back that's only got one bugbear sat in. Seems to be kind of perched more on the edge, looking across at the other bugbear playing the lute. But it's actually quite busy, to be fair.
But yeah, just as we have a conversation and whatnot, but yeah, just try and keep an eye out for the rooms upstairs. The orc that was in room 1, just being perceptive of stuff happening around us.
Yeah.
I'll do a head count.
Yeah. Anyone that wants to be keeping an active eye out, give me a perception check.
10.
19.
17.
20.
Okay. Conscious of the time, I will say that you pay attention. You have a nice evening's drink, and whilst you see those younger orcs coming and going between room 2 and 3, one will go in almost like Scooby-Doo-esque. They just keep going between the rooms. Why, you don't know. But over the course of an
Suspicious.
hour or so, they're just fucking about. They're obviously a pair of dickheads. They're just whatever.
To be young.
Yeah.
Oh, to be young.
But at no point does room 1 open.
And he's not on the floor.
You don't see him in the bar now.
Probably go up and when they get a lull in this, patrons go and speak to the owners.
Yeah, easy enough. As I say, the sun's gone down. It's not as if every night everyone's out late drinking all night. Once the sun's gone down, people do start filtering out. It does get quieter quite quickly. You see people giving the minstrel the odd tip. He looks a little bit deflated at not really making a lot, but he's got some tips nonetheless. But yeah, you approach the bar. Drink.
I suppose I can have one decent drink tonight. I'll have an ale if you got one. Something nice.
Yeah. Just goes to a random pump and just starts pumping.
I'll go to the other side. Do you want any more drinks?
Juice.
Juice?
Spicy juice.
Spicy juice? Or whatever he had last time, I don't know.
Yeah, they make up your drinks.
For
5
the
silver.
wine?
Looks at her glass is still half full. No, I'm good.
5 silver? Yeah. Okay.
Make a mental note, like, juice is cheap.
Earlier on, any orcs coming to visit the person you have in room number 1? Or have they been out and about?
What's it to you?
I'll slide a gold on the counter. It's
Leans on it.
very
You see the gold piece barely takes up any space on the elbow. It's just lent on it, like just not hiding it at all. And then they look down, slide it off, and just they ting 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 on the floor.
I feel like Bethy's gonna make a comeback.
This could be important with regards to the village and its safety.
So they kind of tilt the head
be
and
open.
look at you.
And I will look at them intently.
Well, there's not been any visitors. No one's been out. Door's been shut all day.
Not come and gone at all.
No, not that we've seen. We've been here all day.
No one come to visit.
No.
Any noises at all from that room?
Oh, I've heard the odd footsteps, but we're not really listening. Paying attention to the bar.
Perhaps you could listen out a bit more for us. As I say, this could be extremely important.
Okay. But who are you? What's it to you?
Town guard.
Oh. That's nice. Any proof? Anyone could say that.
Pull out your paperwork.
Then Gorin gives Scottish a clip round the ear. Do you not recognise them from the morning? No! I can't recognise everyone in the bloody village. Sorry, sorry, officer. Sorry.
Officer?
Yeah, we'll keep a lookout. No problem.
My officer. I swear.
Police.
FBI.
FBI, open up.
I'll just look to Mrs. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll keep a lookout and yeah, let you know if we see anything. But the door's been shut all day.
As I say, this is be extremely important.
Okay.
To safety of many people.
Yes, they serve you the drinks.
Carry him over to the table.
Would I have overheard that conversation, or would I have been too far away?
Yeah, these goblins aren't quiet.
And that's got me slightly worried. Who else might be listening?
Okay. I'll sort of like poke Azura. They only seem to be interested in customer base. You should have said something about their bottom line.
I mean, true. Thing is, their customer base, where else have they got to go?
Well, if they're gone, they're no longer customers.
Well, if what happens in what we saw the other night while we were asleep, they won't even have a party.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Hence, the bottom line is important.
But that's not something I wanted to go saying out loud with who's upstairs.
I'll sort of like peek up to the door.
Bell rings from behind the bar. The general signifying of last orders.
I wish this could have been more fruitful. But
Well,
we got to have a drink in good company.
Good juice. You should try it someday.
good juice, good drinks, and I'm sure they will honour the word that they'll let us know if they see anything.
Oh, I do hope so. Hate to come back less than pleased, because it's not bad drink.
Do we know how long these two have been the proprietors of this tavern?
They've been for years.
Okay.
You asked this like earlier about age and stuff. It's difficult to tell. But they've been there for a good number of years. And whether it's a family thing or just them two, it's hard to tell. It's
And they still don't recognise it.
Yeah, pair of crotchety goblins. Yeah, like you get the vibe that, you know, they're kind of focused on just serving drinks, and there's that many people coming and going, and with similarities in appearance, you'd think that the ones that do stick out, like, you know, the only gem dragonborn in the village would be obvious, but they kind of just, rather than paying attention to individuals, they just, what do you want?
It's money.
Which is admirable.
Maybe you should open a second tavern. Why did you open a second tavern? I like money.
I mean, they seem to be doing well here.
Make it a chain.
I like money.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the time now. We'll wrap up shortly for today. But anything else you want to achieve this eve?
Well, I'll probably tip the bard like a silver piece.
Oh, he nods and smiles and plays a little amidst the plucking away. He does a little flourish and then nods and smiles.
Yeah, it's not been as productive as what I was hoping, but mid-morning we'll go back, we'll interrogate the goblin.
Yeah, maybe a night in my cell has loosened his tongue a bit.
Some kindness of having been fed and provided drink in this harsh environment. If they are indeed scouts, then they've come far.
Yeah. So otherwise, I think it might be back to the barracks and have a night.
Don't forget to check the moon on the way back.
Yeah. So we'll head out, make your way back to the guardhouse for the eve. Anyone else that wants to make a nature check can. Of course, Dwarf has got his banked 19. I don't want to waste it on a missed opportunity.
Out of curiosity, Jin will try. Natural
13.
1. Yeah.
Nice.
I know, it's star sign.
The moon's out. It's quite bright.
Pulls out crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah, like just see what type of cyclone, if it's, if it's a 3/4 moon in its crescent form, or
Yeah,
roughly.
without knowing the exact phases of the moon, with a 19 reasonable, you reckon that there are 3 days before the full moon.
Yeah, which does not give us much time.
3 days after today, or including today?
Yes, you've got tonight, and then in three nights' time,
The full moon.
it should be a full moon. It's difficult to make an exact, whether it be a day earlier or a day later, but it's probably about 3 days.
Mm.
You head your way back to the barracks, back to the guardhouse.
Yeah,
Head up.
as we're going back to, as we're going back up to the barracks, obviously still checking around. There's nothing that's going on, or around the town as we're going back to the barracks. Nothing out of the
Yeah.
ordinary. No one's
Yeah.
skulking
Give
around.
me
No
Anyone watching us?
perception or investigation, should you so wish.
16.
16, yeah.
Nothing really meets your eye, apart from the odd person dossing about. No one seems to be behind walls, peeking at you. People are lingering about. Hard to tell if it means anything,
No, that's fair enough then. But then just head back to the barracks.
Yeah. You head in.
And get a good night's rest.
Get your heads down for the evening. If you all should like to mark off a long rest preemptively, the night comes to you. No issues tonight, no repeat dream tonight at least. And yes, we shall end our first session there.
Do we level up?
Don't be ridiculous.
Unfortunately not.
You've gotten
Aw.
inspiration. That alone is
Yeah.
awesome.
That's good. Yeah.
Well, yeah, well done. Apologies for killing you in the first 5 minutes, but I had to get that out of my system. But yeah, fortunately, it was a dream.
It was only just a dream.
It was just a dream. Yeah, well done,
if you're
everybody.
gonna do a TPK, get out of the way now. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
That'll mean we're good for the rest of the campaign.
I mean, well, full moon in 3 days.
we
We'll
don't.
see what happens. See if anything comes from it. Who knows? Might have just been a dream. Making it up
I
as
need
you
to
go
find
along.
me- I'm gonna find me a werewolf in between these 3 days. Yeah.
Surprise. Surprise. Well done, everyone. Thanks for watching our first session of a Kerecekian duty. New group, new vibes, new flavour, new continent. We've not really explored Kerecek yet. But yes, we've got... you should have seen it popping up in the corner. But we do have the Discord and the YouTube to catch up on past episodes of past campaigns and the like. Come join the Discord, say hello, hang out, get some live notifications. But this is the Wednesday game. Saturday game up next to see where that goes. And we may, probably not until next month now because of other things going on, but there's probably going to be a Tuesday game coming soon as well.
Oh.
Oh, God.
But yes, much love, everybody. We will see you all next week. And until
We
then,
will fill the rest of the days as well.
yeah, every day. Good nighty night. Bye bye, everybody.
Good night, all.
Good night.